I am calling this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Present.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone that would like to come forth under oral communications?
Your Honor, Mayor, Honorable Council, staff, and the heroes back there. Mayor, I just wanted to come in here and acknowledge the great work that your entire city staff did through this emergency flooding period that we went through. I want to say that I still felt safe, that our police officers were still doing their job outside of doing additional job. I want to say that I still felt safe, that the firefighters were still doing their job while still doing other jobs. And I can honestly say that they maintained the MOUs with the outside agencies that they had to make sure that if something happened in a county island or in the county, our staff would be there to support them. So I just wanted to come in here and commend not only you all as you led us through that, because as you know, sometimes when you go through these things, some people may throw stones of the way you acted. But when you act heroically, as these individuals did for their 52 hours that some spent not going to sleep, but they were still functioning as a unit. So I just want to come in here. I want to thank the city manager for going through this scenario with them. I think he's been through a drought. I think he's been through a flood. I think he's been through a little bit of everything. So at this time, he is very seasoned, and that's why he's an expert when it comes to city. So I'm glad we still retain him here. He could go anywhere he really wanted to go and write his own ticket, but he loves our community since he's been in town. So I just wanted to come in here and thank you all for getting us through this crisis. And I'm sure there's going to be others, but we are well prepared because we have a great force, both in fire and city. And Mr. Knight, if you're out there, thank you. Great job. Wherever you're at, not that you're God, but where you're at, but just the way you all acted. You all acted professionally. You went where danger was at, and you took control of the situation. So I just wanted to come in here, Your Honor, and to that. Thank you for allowing me time. Oh, yes, my name is Felipe Martinez, address of record. Thank you.
And we know where to find you. Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now go on to City Council closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 11 items before the council this evening, closed session. The first, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Property Negotiators Property, APNs 269-050-063, 269-050-064, and 269-050-065. Agency Negotiator John Lawless and Jason Reinauer, negotiating party, City of Porterville and California Highway Patrol, under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Council Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, Patrice Hildreth, and Juliana Andrade. Employee organizations, Porterville City Firefighters Association, Porterville City Employees Association, Management and Confidential Series, and all unrepresented management. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim Claimant, Sandra Lopez Hernandez, Agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim Claimant, Julie Rivera, Agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim Claimant, Sherry Goodnight, Agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 6, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim Claimant, Alfredo Galindo, Agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item number 7, Government Code Section 546.95, Liability Claim Claimant, Lisa Marquis, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 8, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Cecilia Chavez et al. V. City of Porterville et al. U.S. District Case, Eastern District Case Number 22-CV-00794-ADA.SKO. Item 9, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiffs. Item 10, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 3 cases. And item number 11, Government Code Section 54957, threat to public services or facilities, consultation with Jay Costello, Porterville EOC Incident Commander. Staff report.
Thank you. 5:35, we will now go into closed session.
Item A3, the claim by Sandra Lopez Hernandez, a motion by Councilmember Meister and seconded by Vice Mayor Carrillo, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was accepted. With regard to claims A4, A6, and A7, those claims on motion by Councilmember Wyrock, seconded by Vice Mayor Carrillo, and a 5-0 vote, those claims were denied. And then with regard to item A5, on a motion by Councilmember Beltran, seconded by Mayor Flores, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite you to please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an invocation or moment of silence. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone that would like to come and do the invocation?
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, thank you so much for bringing us together to do the city's business this evening. We have so much to be thankful for, Lord. With Easter this weekend and things that we're planning to do with our families, help us to be focused on the city's business, to be bold about what we're doing, to lead this city, to help those that we're serving. And Lord, we are so thankful for ending the drought and bringing so much rain and so much snow. With 300% snowpack, we're not going to know what to do with it all. Lord, guide us, watch over us as the weather changes, and protect us from future flooding from that giant snowpack. Lord, be with us this evening and be with all of us after this evening to go out and do this business that we have all agreed is important in this chamber. And all these things I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forth with an invocation? If not, you may be seated. We will now go into the presentations. We'll start with the 15-year service award.
Thank you. It's my honor to present a 15 years of service award to Tanya Childry. Tanya's career with the City of Porterville started on March 3rd of 2008 with the Parks and Leisure Department. Some of Tanya's job duties include coordinating youth and adult services and adult sports leagues, as well as planning and running special events for the city. Her most enjoyable part of the job is socializing with the public and her coworkers and hosting quality programming for the community. Tanya is the creator of the Pioneer Days and Rib Cook-Off, and she enjoys watching it grow each year. Tanya also always does an excellent job taking on added responsibilities and was recognized as Employee of the Month in 2011. Besides working for the city, Tanya has invested her time in keeping the Jackass Mail Run going and currently holds the title of the longest-running wagon master. Tanya is married to her husband, Robert Childry, and has 6 beautiful children: Alexis, Seneca, Madison, Savannah, Dylan, and Gracie, ranging in age from 26 to 10 years old. Tanya enjoys going to the gym and lifting weights, hosting family parties, and playing sports. Thank you for your continuing service to the City of Porterville, and congratulations, Tanya.
And next, we will go with the 10-year service award.
Good evening. I am very honored to read the 10 years of city service for Amy Graybell. Amy began her career with the City of Porterville on January 2nd of 2013 with the Parks and Leisure Department. As a leisure services specialist, Amy's job duties include organizing special events, coordinating the military banner program, supervising youth commission meetings, and so much more. Amy also designs the department's marketing materials and upkeeps the department's social media pages. The most enjoyable part of the job for Amy is serving her community and trying to enhance the quality of life in her favorite town, Porterville. Amy was awarded Employee of the Month in 2015 for her tremendous work ethic and professionalism. Amy also participates in the California Parks and Recreation Society, PUSD Academy of Hospitality, and the Porterville Breakfast Lions Club. Amy enjoys staying active, listening to podcasts, watching sports, and spending time with her family. Her partner, Adam Roman, her parents, Steve and Diane Graybell, her brother, Brad, and her cats are her biggest supporters, as well as her best volunteers. Thank you for your continuing service to the city of Porterville, and congratulations.
They must both be shy because they didn't say anything, they just walked away. I believe they don't like drawing attention to themselves. The city of Porterville is very honored to have the both of you and your dedication for the years of service. I've known Amy for a long time, and she definitely does not like to draw attention to herself. Right, Amy? Congratulations to the both of you. Very well deserved. All right, we'll now go on into the presentation on the Task Force on Homelessness presentation by Claudia.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hang on.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me today to present. So this initially was presented at the Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness, so that was the intended audience. So a lot of the information you may be familiar with as I present it because you may have voted on it or given direction to staff. So I'm sure you'll be like, oh, aha, I recognize that. So the city, as you know, is actively participating and searching for solutions to reduce and end homelessness. And so in doing that, these are some of the ways in that the city supports or partners. So there's various ways, complex issue, therefore we have, different approaches to find and seek any kind of funding that we can use, programs, match funds when we need to. So just different ways that the city has shown support, and I'll show some examples as I go through. Oh, went too fast. So community engagement before we do any of the decisions that we take place, especially when we're writing grants, we do and we have to participate and have community engagement, and that's to set priorities, to develop scopes, and for feasibility of projects. So that way we know that if we're going to apply for a program, that the community understands and is supportive of it, and also that it's going to make sense and we're going to be able to fulfill that, the requirements of such programs. And so one of those that is currently right now that we're currently actually in a planning phase is the Community Development Block Grant. And that is federal funding that we received from HUD, and $35,000 of that is dedicated in the last action plan. So it's a 5-year plan called the Consolidated Plan, and every year we do an updated action plan to reflect those priorities set by the community and council. And so the programs funded through that are case management for permanent supportive housing, and that covers personnel costs, program delivery for the LINK events, which are resource fairs resource fairs held every other Wednesday at the Porterville Navigation Center, and also homeless prevention in the way of fair housing to ensure that we don't have more people, turn and face homelessness because they're losing their homes. The other one, so right now we have actually a public hearing coming up next council meeting on the 18th, so that will be the second public hearing for this program that the community will have the opportunity to come in and give comment, but there is a 30-day public comment document out right now that the community can review and provide comment even before that date. So that's out. It's on our website and available at the community development counter if anyone wants to see that and provide comment. So the second one here is the public permanent local housing allocation. That was a 5-year plan. We're in the 3rd year, which is currently an RFP is out for about $500,000 to cover emergency housing, bridge housing, navigation center, or permanent supportive housing operation expenses. And that one is the $75 from every real estate transaction that happens. It goes to the state, and then the city gets a portion back. We do have to apply for it every year, but with the title saying permanent, we expect it as long as we fulfill the requirements of it annually. So that one's out right now as well. So 2 other grants that we've applied for and received are the Little Abatement Program and the Bridges to Employment and Careers. And so those 2 programs, what the funding covers is basically jobs for individuals experiencing homelessness. So with one program, the first one that you see up there, the Little Abatement Program, it's a 3-year program, pilot program in partnership with Caltrans, TCAG, and CSED under their Sequoia Community Corps branch. And so they have a crew, CSED has a crew, a 4-person crew, and they basically help beautify our state routes. And those are some of the pictures there of the first day in action. So that was really exciting to see them out there, and they were really excited about it too. So the first day they collected like 100 bags of trash, and then after that they started collecting about 50 a day, but that's a lot of cleanup. And so the second one is, that one is also through CSED in partnership with the WIB, and they help actually place people within city departments. So we have the library participated, Public Works, and our parks. And so they get on-the-job training, the city staff or their supervisors, and then they have case management through CSED. So that gives them, an opportunity to create and get some work experience as well. And so those 2, that one is funded. So the Bridges to Connection, it's an in-kind match from the city, so we didn't actually get the money. It's going toward the Sequoia Community Corps program. So the other one that council had approved is the American Rescue Plan Act. So $250,000 went to support permanent housing, and that's at the new housing units that are now called the Finca Serena housing development off of East Street and Orange. And so they're actually in lease up right now. They're moving in as we speak. So that was also an exciting program, 40 units of affordable housing. They had a gap due to COVID and construction costs going up. So that was one that council supported that. Council also has supported the SMART pilot program. So as you know, we have police dedicated to the effort of outreach and crisis intervention and connecting the people that they encounter with housing support services and sometimes even placement. And so then with that, there's also the Navigation Center that there's been a request and a need expressed that it needs to expand, and possibly a request might come before City Council for that. So we're in discussion right now with them as to what their needs are and figuring out what budgets they currently have, and et cetera. So that's another one that it's under there as a request received. It hasn't been approved or brought before council yet. Encampment resolution funds is another funding source that is actually out right now. We're also determining if it's feasible, and so we're in that outreach process. We've already met with different stakeholders and developers, and that one you have to create a clear pathway to housing. So if we don't have housing units available, we can't meet the requirements of this funding. So that's where we're trying to figure out if this is feasible or not. So those are other ones in the works. And so as you see, all of these, you've seen partnerships already. And so all of these include involvement and partnerships to making sure that, the city can't do everything by themselves. We need these partnerships. We all need each other. They can't do it by themselves either. So this is just a list of some of the partnership types. I can't list every partnership because that would take me all day, because we're just so interconnected with all the other agencies. And so these are just some of the businesses and types of agencies that we do partner or have partnered with in the past to find solutions to address homelessness. And so some of those, here, I'm going to give you a few examples. So as you know, Mayor Flores sits on the Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness, which is where I presented this the first time. And that is the county-wide effort to kind of figure that out and at the county level. So we're active participants there. We take monthly updates as to what we're doing here at the city and communicate that to the county. And then KTHA, we're also participants in monthly meetings with KTHA, and that's our local continuum of care, which is how the federal and state also funnels money down into the programs that address homelessness. And a couple of those are the Navigation Center resources event that I mentioned earlier, and also the point-in-time survey, which is basically a one-day census of individuals experiencing homelessness, and it's a volunteer survey, so not everyone is captured. Because of that, last point in time, we had 212 people counted, and this year, the final number should be out at the end of April. So we'll know that shortly, what this year looks like. And I've mentioned the Welcome Center, so here are just some of their stats. This is a navigation center, which basically is a one-stop location where people go to start the process of getting housing. So they receive assistance with, getting a birth certificate, getting a driver's license, or anything that they may need to overcome those barriers. And they just work with them and provide case management. They've seen an unduplicated number of 2,486 individuals as of March 31st. And they see about 80 people each day for meals and other services. They have 15 beds that are emergency beds and 15 bridge beds. And the bridge beds are those people that are ready to be housed. They have a voucher assigned to them, and they're just looking for housing. So the sooner they identify units, the sooner that more people can use those beds. And then our other shelter that's been here for a long time as well is the Central California Family Crisis Center, and those are just some of the accomplishments that they have as well, or services that they offer. So they're not just an emergency shelter. They have other items that they help with, including most recently added the outreach team, the HOP, which they call the Homeless Outreach Program. And so they've also seen many clients throughout the year. This is data I pulled from their last annual report as well. So these are both partnerships that help with that. So in conclusion, as you can see, the city takes all approaches that we can find to try to address and find solutions to this complex issue. So it is housing first approach, which is what most of the funding requires. And we try to provide the supportive services to make that housing as, stabilized plan successful so that they can remain housing. And, it includes the homeless outreach, collaboration with partners, and also, addressing the prevention piece to prevent more people from entering homelessness. The greatest barriers are available housing units, as you know, and also operation dollars to continue these programs once they're started. So that's my presentation. Do you guys have any questions?
That is a wonderful presentation. All along, you hear me reporting out on the Homeless Task Force. You have summarized it, and you've given the council a visual, and I thank you for that. Do you have any comments, council members? Any questions?
I have a comment. Thank you. I agree. Exactly what the mayor said was that we make decisions on a lot of these. We're aware of the updates and things, but to have it summarized like that with all the programs, the funding, and then even the barriers that we still have, very helpful. And I think it's good for the community to hear as well. Thank you very much for all your work on
You're
that.
welcome.
Anyone else? Please, go ahead, council member.
You're definitely the right person for the job. Beautiful presentation. It shows your deep commitment to the community. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask that this presentation that has all these facts and this information, can we get that into the council minutes so that it's available in the meeting minutes for forever? Yeah. Thank you very much. Nicely done.
Anyone else?
Any more
No.
questions?
No.
Comments?
Once again, thank you, because Claudia and I attend all of the homeless task force meetings, and again, I come back, I report, but to have the report summarized in front of us in all the, thank you for that. Council needed to know, council needed to see it,
Thank you for inviting me.
and community. All right, thank you. Okay, we will continue with our meeting. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. You will be asked to please state your name and address for the record. If you are here for the public hearings, items number 6 and 7, please hold your comments until then. When those items come up on the agenda, you will be given the opportunity at that time to speak and comment. I will emphasize that the 3-minute per speaker time period will be adhered to so that City Council, in an orderly fashion, proceed with its decision-making responsibilities this evening. Is there anyone that would like to come up for oral communications? Please do so. Okay.
My name is Betty Luna. Thank you, Mayor. We are from Central California Family Crisis Center, 211 North Main Street, Porterville. I have Juanita Barajas here. She is our Children's Services Coordinator. Michelle Nichols, who is our Child Advocate, and Barbara Monjares, who is our Child Advocate Assistant. So today, April, we want to talk about April, which is National Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month, and we're wearing blue ribbons to show support for the essential work needed to ensure safer, healthier futures for all children. More than ever, we need to raise awareness for the physical, emotional, and mental well-being of children and their families. According to Prevent Child Abuse America, child abuse and neglect affect over 1 million children every year. Raising awareness within our community is the first step to bringing that number down. By sharing prevention services and support systems that protect at-risk families, we play an active role in improving the lives of youth. We encourage you to participate in wearing a blue ribbon so we can raise awareness and share resources that aid children and their families and caregivers. So today we have blue ribbons here that we would like to share with our mayor and city council members.
Fernando?
So who do we give them? There we go. And thank you for letting us talk for 3 minutes. Wait, 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to come forth, please?
Good evening, City Council. My name is David Harris with Consolidated Testing Labs. We're a local soils and materials testing lab here in Porterville and Exeter. We have two locations. And I'm here in support of item 9, where there's going to be a discussion to reanalyze the request for qualifications to add to a list or reduce the period of time that the contract lasts from 5 years to 1 year. Several reasons for my supporting this is we are a local company that depends on work within our area, and if we can't get work here, we have to go look for it elsewhere. And I know that we can be most cost effective. We've been working for the city of Porterville since the late 70s and worked on numerous projects. We're very familiar with the soil types here, the different parts of town, and the potential problems on public works projects. Our technicians are nearby, and I know that we could be more cost-effective than current labs that are being used are coming from Fresno and Bakersfield, which you guys know that the cost of fuel has gone up, and you're paying for travel time and mileage on top of their services here. So I know that cost is a big factor in this whole thing as well. But availability is also a thing that we can offer, is we have technicians that are working within the area that can be at the city's disposal within a half hour if need be, if there's a big demand, which we've done in the past. And on, a lot of labs will ask for 48 hours notice and holds up the contractor in the project. So we have a lot to offer, and we just are thankful that you are considering discussing it this evening, and to realize that we do have something that could save the city money, time, and also help support us and the employees that work for us, that they spend their money here too in town. So I think that local consideration is important. I know that when I bid against other firms out of town, they give the consideration to the local guy, and we miss out on jobs. There was one in Hanford that went on for years that a lab was there, and they just pretty much, they put it out to bid, but they always got it. Well, that was the case with us for years. We worked for the city with the exception of last year. We didn't get, we were late getting our request in, and we got thrown out. And I've been up here talking about this before to let us back in if you could, but our guy was late getting down here to turn in the request for qualifications. So we were locked out, but prior to that, we've been working here for over 40 years providing services, and it used to be bid out on an annual one-year contract, and the reason we got it is we outbid everybody. And then this year it's a rotation thing where they've got 5 labs or 6 labs chosen, and they just call different people. Oh, 3 minutes went fast. Sorry about that. Well, anyway, that's what I got to say, and I hope you guys take this into consideration, what I said, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to come on?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and audience. My name is Vincent Salinas. I'm president of the Tulare Kings Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and with me tonight is Rogelio Carrillo, who's a board member. We, the chamber, the board of directors, its membership, would like to thank you for joining the chamber this year. And as a recognition of that membership with us, we'd like to present you with a plaque of the Hispanic Chamber.
Mr. Reitner, would you accept it, please? Thank you, Mr. Salinas and Mr. Cadillo, for making the presentation.
Thank you and have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Thank you, Council. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Good evening, Ed McCurvey, District 4. I was really pleased to see that we're having an Easter egg hunt over at Veterans Park this Friday, all ages. Going to be a lot of fun for a lot of folks. I was out there looking around at the Porter Slough and noticed that there's no homeless people that live in Veterans Park. And it's a great place to gather, great place to have family and fun and friends. And it's in the city, and it's patrolled and secured. And it's a really nice thing. And it's nice to see the community getting back together and doing that Easter egg hunt. I really want the council to seriously consider some of the things we're doing in planning as it pertains to new builders and fees, and new builders and them assigning parts of the building project as a park or a plot of a park, so that we can consider moving the fees that we get from building and the parks that are being donated to put that back towards a river parkway. Because if we can secure the river parkway in the south part of our city and connect those beautiful bridges that we built over the last years that are the hardest part of restoring that parkway, and connect that with a park that connects the community, it can be like Veterans Park and better. We can have Easter egg hunts down by the river. We can have people walking, biking, gathering, and it connects to Rails to Trails. It connects us to the new community center. I want you guys to really seriously think about this in the planning and the way that we're directing our funds, because this is a vision of past that needs to be renewed and restored to the present. And we can secure that area, and we can really get something good at it for the community. And I think that that's something that we should really consider seriously. We have a great opportunity now with we have to rebuild that area to go and reclaim that vision of having a parkway where people can enjoy the connectedness of the community down by the river in a secure fashion like we do with Veterans Park, so that we can get out there and enjoy that together. You know, even though there was a lot of folks out there to look at the river that was flooding, there was a lot of sense of community with the people that were down there. I know it was dangerous and we had to tell them not to go down there, but people really came out and people were talking to each other and just enjoying the time out by the river. Even though it's not improved, it ought to be. And we ought to realize that vision. And that's what I wanted to come before you today and say. There's a couple items on the agenda. I heard the local gentleman, Dave, CTL, I'm really supportive of doing local stuff, employing local people, getting better response, better prices, and just keeping it in, control for us. And 40 years is a legacy that he has with this city, and I think you should really consider, this item very carefully today. And I also want you to consider getting out of this regional transit agency position if we can't make it work financially.
Thank you, Mr. McCurvey. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Do we have anyone on virtually?
Yes, you do. Yes, we do, Your Honor.
Please allow that person in. State their name and address.
Good evening, Mayor Flores and City Council members. This is Christy Martin. I'm with the Porterville Chamber of Commerce, and I apologize I could not be there in person tonight, but I wanted to give a few quick updates and really just some shout outs as we're undergoing all of our planning for Spring Festival, which is next Saturday, April 15th. We've had a lot of support from the city side. Alida Verduzco Silva has been to all of our committee meetings offering her support, sitting down with me to write press releases. We've had Mr. Michael Knight, Lieutenant Acevedo, and Captain Bartow have been joining in our committee meetings to help with logistics and to help with safety. And so I really wanted to shout those individuals out and thank them for all of their support, because this event has a lot of different aspects to it, and it takes a whole entire team effort to pull off. That being said, I'm also really looking forward to us being able to bring this event to the community. We have 8 teams registered for the chili cook-off that day. We have 2 entertainment stages lined up with different local bands, plus our local dance groups. We have a pistachio tasting contest. We're going to be having a car show, and we have now close to 100 food and craft and informational vendors that are going to be out there for the day. So we really look forward to being able to see everybody out there, being able to bring this to the community, and we hope for lots of participation. We also have a mixer that we're going to be doing right before Spring Festival. That's going to be next Thursday at 5:30 at the Palace Kitchen and Craft Bars. So we do invite you to come out to join us for that. That's going to be kind of our kickoff celebration as we roll into Spring Festival. I also want to invite all of you to come to the ribbon cutting that we're going to be having on April 20th with Imagine Arts Center at their new location. That will be at 5:30 on that date. So we'll be doing a ribbon cutting and an after hours mixer there as well. And we will be doing our chamber travel presentation on April 27th at 5:30 in the chamber conference room. So we really look forward to being able to see everybody out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Is there anyone else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We will now move on to reports.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 2 staff informational reports provided. The first was your monthly water conservation phase 4 status update for the month of February, which saw a 9% reduction compared to 2013. cumulative totals of conservation being 24%, as well as 3 notices of violations issued and no administrative citations. And then there was informational report with regards to the operation of law by the vacation of a seat on the Arts Commission by Diego Monterrubio, given his failure to attend a meeting within the prescribed timelines. So happy to answer any questions.
Council have any questions? No? No comment, no questions? Okay. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Okay, we have, how does council wish to proceed? If there are no conflicts noted or any items to be pulled, we have items 1 through 5.
Madam Mayor, just for, to be noted on item number 3, it was brought to the
Okay.
attention by Councilmember Beltran of a misstatement as it related to what's called the PIR, which I would say there was a cross description between the sensing technology of the lighting to motion versus the lumens. So just as a disclosure to that, but still the distancing of the poles to those remain consistent.
Okay, we have a correction, a clarification on item number 3. How does council wish to proceed?
With that clarification on that item, I will make a motion to approve consent items 1 through 5.
We have a motion made by the Vice Mayor,
I'll second.
a second by Councilmember Beltran. No further discussion, call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We'll now go into the public hearings.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 2 public hearings that have been scheduled for this evening. The first is the consideration of a conditional use permit, which was PRC 2023-003-C, to allow for the sale of alcohol at the Chema, located at 377 East Orange Avenue. Mr. Ridenhour provides staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I've asked Mr. Cepeda to provide the staff report.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, city manager's office, and staff. So what we have here for you today is a consideration for a conditional use permit for a restaurant, Tio Chema, located at 377 East Orange Avenue. So just a little background. Previously, in March 3rd, 2015, the City Council adopted Resolution 25-2015 approving a conditional use permit. Conditional use permit 2014-033C to allow for the sale of beer and wine under Type 41 on-sale beer and wine license for Los Portales restaurant located at 377 East Orange Avenue. Since then, several restaurant tenants have occupied the facility, including Taqueria Chihuahua, operating from 2016 through 2021. Most recent, Birria y Popusas Las Favoritas from 2021 through 2022. Conditional use permit 2014-033-C has expired due to the conditional use permit was not active or actively pursued by the new establishments as a condition under, as an original condition, condition number 7 for the conditional use permit at that time. So in order to sell beer and or wine at the facility, the new applicant is required to obtain a new conditional use permit for a Type 41 on-sale beer and wine license. The project review committee met with the applicant on January 18, 2023 to discuss this request. The project is not requesting or proposing any structural changes to the existing building. The conditional use permit, if approved, will require modification to allow any future changes such as outdoor activities, including outdoor entertainment. But at this time, that is something that the applicant is not requesting. In the event that any condition of approvals are violated, as outlined in Section 60110 of the Porterville Development Ordinance, the City Council may modify or revoke this conditional use permit at its discretion. So the subject site is designated retail centers by the general plan land use designation and zoned retail centers. The designation and zone are intended to provide for a wide variety of commercial uses. The restaurant with proposed alcohol sales will suit that purpose of the zone designation. The restaurant is a permitted use in the CR zone, and alcohol sales may be permitted in that zone with the requested conditional use permit. It is not anticipated that this use would have a negative impact on the surrounding properties. Conditions of approval are in place to protect the public safety and interest. Due to the proximity of the Santa Fe Elementary School, 276 feet from the property line to property line, one condition of approval outlines that alcohol advertisement which are visible from outside of the proposed building shall not be allowed. In addition, the existing exterior lighting and fencing shall be maintained in good conditions at all times to prevent entry from the alley and the adjacent residential use. And just a quick FYI, the previous establishments with their conditional use permit was able to provide fencing around the outdoor patio area and landscaping to try to secure that area from other outdoor activities. The applicant is conditioned to operate the establishment in such a manner as to preserve public safety, health, and welfare, to prevent the use from becoming a nuisance, and to operate the business in compliance with all laws, ordinances, and regulations regarding the sale of alcohol. Furthermore, at all times, the facility shall be operated and maintained to comply with state law, the City of Porterville ordinance, adopted building codes, and all other applicable laws and ordinances. The Porterville Development Ordinance, Section 604.04, requires that the council make the following findings prior to approving a conditional use permit. First, approval of the proposed project would advance the goals and objectives of and is consistent with the policies of the general plan and any other applicable plan that the city has adopted. The project will further the following general plan policies: land use guiding policies number 1, 3, 5, and the economic development guiding policies 2, 5, and 7. Second, the location, size, design, and operation characteristics of the proposed project are consistent with the purpose of the district, where it's located, and conform in all significant respects with the general plan. This development ordinance and with any other applicable plan adopted by the council. The existing proposed use of a restaurant with alcohol sales is a permitted use with approval of a conditional use permit and is allowed within the CR zone district and is consistent with the general plan. The California Department of Alcohol Beverage Control allows a specific number of licenses per census tract. Census tract 41.04, which this subject site is located in, allows 3 on-sale and 4 off-sale alcohol licenses. Currently, the census tract contains 2 on-sale and 11 off-sale licenses. At this time of the application, there was no over-concentration of alcohol licenses for on-sale, in which a letter of public convenience or necessity would not be required. As far as the environmental review, the proposed project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15301, existing facilities, as the project does not involve any expansion of the former use or expansion of existing structures. A notice of exemption will be filed with the Tulare County Clerk and the State Clearinghouse if council approves the project. With that, staff recommends that the City Council find the proposed project exempt from CEQA under CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, adopt the draft resolution approving the conditional use permit of 2023-003 for Theo Chema, subject to the conditions of approval. And that staff is available for any questions.
Thank you very much for your report. Okay, council, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. It is 7:19. I will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to make comment? No comment from the public in here. Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. It is 7:20, and I will close the public hearing. And how does council wish to proceed to this regard on item number 6? Please, go ahead. Please.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, Mayor. At its meeting on March 3, 2015, how many of these licenses from the California Department of Alcoholic Beverages were already issued? Do we know that for that census tract?
During 2015,
Or roughly, yeah?
I would
We-
have to go back and look at those numbers,
That's okay.
honestly.
It's leading me to, the next question is, when did that parcel and those restaurants that occupied it after it was initially issued, when did that expire? When did that license
The
expire for
license
that parcel?
expired in 2019.
So from 2019 till now, we probably don't know how many new licenses were granted under conditional use permits, or might we have an estimate?
I think it was a couple, one or two.
Okay. And then, just in the analysis, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth line, it looks like the statement is the restaurant is a permitted use in the Sierra zone. That's if it's approved tonight, correct? It's not currently,
So the restaurant is already established. What they're now requesting is a conditional use permit in
it may be
conjunction with the
permitted.
restaurant.
Okay. It mentioned something about the exterior, the patio, and yet the beverages can only be served in the interior. So does that mean there's no alcoholic beverages on the patio, even though there's a wrought iron fence around the property?
With approval from council, they're requesting to also serve alcohol outdoors in the patio area, in which the previous approval, they were able to establish the wrought iron around the patio to prohibit any
Pass-through.
which is, what's the word, just to comply with ABC's requirements.
Sure, okay. And so then the advertising, I can see no signs on the street, but they're not going to hang like Bud Light lanterns on the patio?
I hope
All of
not.
that wouldn't have. And then my last question is about these licenses. When I read that paragraph, there seems to be a limited number that are allowed, and we're already over that. Did we get an exemption from the state to have additional parcels licensed in this area?
The over-concentration is in relation to off-sale. For example, you have convenience stores that would be part of the off-sale alcohol license. But in regards to on-sale, there's not an over-concentration. The census tract allows up to 3 within that census tract. At this time, during this application, there are currently 2.
2, so we got room for one more.
Correct.
That's my last question.
Now, if there was already 3, and this would be the 4th, then we would have, or possibly request the mayor to do a letter, what's it called?
It's called letter of necessity.
Letter of convenience and necessity, or
Thank you.
necessity and convenience. Yeah.
Great report. Thank you for the responses. Thank you, Mayor.
And just a point, so I know from time to time the tracks change. So, and this is always kind of a complicating factor, because what might be the tract of over-concentration can be changed, and then it's not. And so even though you may have fixed location, the geographic boundaries of that can change from time to time, and that's based upon demographics and things like that. So has it been updated? That's, I guess, just a, I know we've run
We would have
across
to
that.
look at that, Mr. Lawless, but this is current, and so Mr. Zepeda ran this map
current.
based on current configurations. And also, some of the over-concentration has to do with population base, and so sometimes you look in most downtowns, according to the state, it would be considered over-concentrated because they are business districts, and there isn't typically a lot of residences, population in those areas.
But we do have 4 allowed, and we have 11. And those do have advertising on their windows for the different things they sell in those stores.
So this has been, you have a carryover from prior council direction on CUPs. Is that in proximity to sensitive uses that are not have external signage? So examples of that around Manatchee High School, for example, is there's a gas station across the street that has that prohibition. So it has to deal with schools and churches, I think, are the other consideration in that, for that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, you had a question?
Mine's a simple question in the same paragraph. What's the difference, what's on sale versus off sale? What?
On sale would be when the alcohol is consumed on site. Off sale is when you would purchase the alcohol from the store. And
Like a
take
liquor
it off
store or retail outlet where you would buy the
Oh,
bottle
got
and
it.
take it home.
off
Okay,
site for consumption.
thank you.
Ju- It's a local-owned business.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes, and we have the applicant here also with us.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? No? All right, how does council wish to proceed?
I'll make a motion to approve the conditional use permit for this item on the agenda, the
Staff recommendation?
the staff recommendations that we find the proposed project exempt from CEQA, under CEQA guidelines, and we adopt the draft resolution approving the conditional use permit for Trio Chima, and subject to the conditions of the approval.
Okay, we have.
I'll
a
second that motion.
And we have a second by Councilmember Meister. If there is no further discussion, let's call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we'll move on to the next public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next public hearing in order is intent to abandon and close to public use an unimproved alley bounded by Morton Avenue in the east 7.5 feet of the William Duncan subdivision. And this item would report will be provided by Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, members of council. This is the time and place set for the public hearing on the proposed vacation of an unimproved alley bounded by Morton Avenue to the south and the east 7.5 feet of the William Duncan subdivision. The alley was dedicated for public highways as part of the William Duncan subdivision, recorded March 10th, 1923. The city has the authority to vacate the alley under Section 8320 and Section 8331, Part 3, Division 9 of the Streets and Highways Code of the State of California. The United States Forest Service represents a majority proprietary interest to the property encompassing the north half of the proposed abandonment and is the requesting party. Jimmy and Peggy King represent proprietary interests, in the south half of the proposed alley abandonment. The abandonment is necessary for the proposed orderly development of the property. Staff recommends that City Council adopt a draft resolution ordering the vacation of the unimproved alley bounded by Morton Avenue and the east 7.5 feet of the William Duncan subdivision, and authorize the city clerk to record the resolution of an abandonment with the county recorder. That concludes the staff report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for your report, and I will go ahead and open up the public hearing. It is 7:28. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come and speak? No one in public. Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
It is 7:28, and I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. How do you wish to proceed? Any questions, any concerns, or your recommendation to this regard? No questions?
You know me, or you're getting to know me. Jimmy and Peggy King represent proprietary interests. All parties are amenable to this?
So the city owns it, and the process would be that this property would be vacated back to them. Yeah, so there isn't usually any disagreement to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any comments? No comments? How does council wish to proceed?
I'd like to make a motion to draft the resolution ordering the vacation of an unimproved alley bounded by Morton Avenue and the east 7.5 foot of the William Duncan subdivision, and authorize city clerk to record the resolution of abandonment with the county recorder.
Okay, we have a motion by the vice mayor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Beltran. No further discussion. Let's call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We will now move on to scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 3 scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is to consider the review of city participation in the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency. As the council is aware, back in August 11th, 2020, the Joint Powers Agreement was approved, creating what's known as TCRTA, or the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency. TCRTA is comprised of the member agencies of the cities of Dinuba, Exeter, Farmersville, Porterville, Tulare, Woodlake, and the county of Tulare. At its special meeting on August 24th, 2022, the TCRTA Board of Directors acted to approve the addition of the Tule River Tribe of California as a member agency. And pursuant to the agency bylaws, any of the member agencies may, on or before May 1st of any year, give written notice to the transit agency that is withdrawing from the transit agency and terminating its rights and duties under the agreement at the end of the fiscal year, and such notice shall have the same effect on the 30th day of June thereafter. Withdrawal at any time requires approval of the agency board of directors. As the City Council's aware, the finances of the TCRDA have been of concern, including the call for financial assistance from member agencies back in September of 2022, which the council authorized the allocation of $1.6 million to the TCRTA as a loan of its proportional share of the annual TCRTA fiscal budget in an effort to stabilize the finances of the agency. With the financial assistance, the agency indicated that it expected access to FTA funding in November of that year, 2022. At its most recent meeting on March 29th, 2023, the agency board took action to approve its monthly fiscal year-to-date profit loss statement, which was through February 28th, 2023. And the P&L indicates that the TCRTA is currently operating at a net loss of $4,718,910, in significant part due to the continued inability of the agency to draw down its FTA apportionment for the respective member agencies. It was stated at the meeting that due to the challenges and complications experienced by the agency in its FTA drawdowns, it is anticipated the agency may encounter a cash flow issue again in the coming September. Adding to the challenges faced by the TCRTA has been the recent resignation of the Executive Director, Richard Tree, who's with us here this evening, who's accepted the position of Director of Transportation with Porterville Unified School District. The agency board is currently determining the process and timeline for beginning the recruitment for a new executive director. Subsequent to this report, there was a meeting hosted by the city comprised of Mr. Tree and then TCAG representatives as well, Ted Smalley, Leslie Davis, who serves as financial officer for TCAG, kind enough for Mayor Flores and Councilmember Wyrock to join us as well, the city's representatives respectively to TCAG and to TCRTA, as well as city staff that have been involved in transit. And kind of all issues on the table meeting, and kind of how did we get from here, from where we've been, how do we get there, maybe using a transit analogy, and where is it going? And especially dealing with the FTA drawdown elements. So first of all, dealing with that, there continues to be, I would just say, a conundrum between federal, between, I would say, DC and what you would consider to be your district in California, District 9? Okay. So District 9. So TCRTA has tried to go through the process of establishing itself as an eligible entity to do drawdowns to each of the respective, and the sheet there, or the P&L statement in there indicates those different accounts that shows what those allocations or apportionments are and being able to access them. And that has still not been connected. In our meeting, it was reported, it was hoped or expected that that would be achieved in the next 30 days. So again, that was from last Friday. So even though there's not a definitive timetable, it's expected that that'll be rectified in the next 30 days. In addition to that, I would kind of for clarification, so even though that there is a singular agency that represents the different agencies, each of the agencies still has its own identification. And an important point to differentiate here is operating versus capital. And when the call for funding happened back in September of last year, it spoke to operating. And that $1.6 million was essentially what would have been the operational funds for the city in a particular year, over a year. And I would say that was one of the misses, I would say, in the formation of this. Just as if you started a new city, how do you pay employees or how do you hire them? You got to have some startup capital for that, or any business. And so there wasn't that achieved. That being said, and I made these comments back in September, each of these agencies that were involved cash flowed their own transit at 0%. It was part of the operation. And so, I made this abundantly clear to my colleagues when this was being discussed as an issue. I said, I don't know why we're having a different expectation of this agency than we had of ourselves. We cash flowed our own operations. What we've done is just transferred our operations to a singular agency and changed the rules. But that was the prevailing winds, that we would now charge interest. I'm not real sure what the justification was for that, because if you charge interest in the hopes of getting it back, you know you're just charging yourself, because you know, it's not like there's a third party that's paying that. So, but in any event, it was designed as a loan, and so we're there. And I think what the cash crunch that's coming is capital. Again, those are just operational. But one of the challenges that's coming to the TCRTA is agencies that have capital. So the grant doesn't pay for everything. The grant will pay for a substantial part or a certain amount, and then you have to have a matching amount. And I think that there are some challenges coming for some agencies to be able to make those matches. And what typically that comes from is from your LTF, your local transportation funds, because again, that is what goes first to transit before you put it on your roads. And there's this sense that I don't want to use my LTF for that. Like, I want that to just happen, whatever that is, be it a transit center or something to that effect, and then have my LTF for roads. And so somebody else needs to figure out where the capital comes from, or where that matching does come from the capital. So again, this goes back to our experience. The city of Porterville currently has about $9 million in capital projects programmed in its FTA CIP, which it has an expectation that it needs to contribute part of its LTF to ensure that those projects move forward. And those can be security improvement, improved security fencing at the corporation yard where our buses are kept. Could be new buses, could be a screening around the corporation yard for security purposes. I'm probably not. We have improvements at our maintenance facility, because we do maintenance of all of our equipment. Some agencies, and we're one of the contracted agencies of the TCRTA, to do repair of other facilities because they don't have the capacity to do that, and so they use our facilities as well, and so there are funds programmed to be able to do that. So I didn't want to do all the talking on this because there was great participation on the behalf of Mayor Flores and Councilmember Wyrock, and I know Councilmember Beltran's been actively involved in this as well, yeah, in terms of kind of where things are at. From our meeting on Friday, I don't have confidence that the FTA drawdown is going to happen by May 1st. But the bylaws say that if you're going to continue if you're not going to continue your membership, you have to make that decision and notification by May 1st. If you don't, then the board needs to provide the opportunity, has to vote then to provide a different destination. I would say the city of Porterville is in a unique situation in that you have the capacity within your staff to continue to operate transit. I can't tell you that everybody has that same level of comfort in its operations. So with that, and I would say kind of just one of the, and I made this statement when the TCRTA was formed. The TCRTA needs you more than you need the TCRTA. You have a very high-functioning transit system. It is one that other agencies want, and that's been one of the goals of the agency. Is to, you know, I've heard it said this: I want those black vans that Porterville has, and that comes from Visalia, which isn't even in the TCRTA. You know, so they're looking at the inception of microtransit. And what is the most efficient means, and really the overriding purpose is to provide good service at an affordable cost, and that and by doing that, you have a better rider experience, which should prompt additional ridership, which then has a better business case, and you do have more money in roads. That's in the run. If you have an efficient run transit system, which gets paid first, I keep saying that has to happen. And there's an unmet needs process that goes through. You have to meet those needs, whether that be how those transit services are provided, and then you're able to make your claim. After you get all that, make your claim back to TCAG, saying I want the remaining LTF for road improvements. So that's the overriding, I would say, consideration of it, and certainly over the last couple of years. And here's what I would say, is that TCRTA is still a juvenile agency. And it really, truly, and Mr. Smalley made this comment in the meeting, never has really had an opportunity to run. It is still learning to walk. I would say the request of Mr. Smalley was that, let's see what a full year of the TCRTA in where it has drawdown capabilities and those sorts of things with the FTA, what that would feel like before making a decision to go independently in that regard. So I guess with that, I'd posit to the mayor and the council member if they wish to add any additional commentary to that.
I want to thank you because you covered a lot. I'm going to unfold the dialogue because this is something that we need to consider, whether we're going to do this or not, and consider it delicately. I'm going to begin by simply saying I wish that we had had this information back months ago. And here it's being brought to us because of the dates. And I'm expressing concern. I am expressing concern because the drawdown, 30 days, and that was a conversation we just had. Is it going to happen? Has it happened? And why do we want to wait 30 days? However, as we look at it, my next concern, because I understand this is a separate board, it's a separate entity, and based on the decisions that that board makes is sort of, yes, I also understand that this is an infant program. However, I'm looking at it on sensitivity that is there an interim person that's going to come in? Who's going to be doing the job once you've accepted your job? And I'm not pointing fingers, but is that person going to have the knowledge? That hasn't happened yet. And I raised sensitivity to that. We made that, we were I supported the program from the beginning when it was talked about. But this right here, we have to look at the numbers. We have to look as to how much investment we've made. Porterville has been a champion with transportation. It has been a lead agency, always. Even with the buses, that is another story. And with the microtransit and with all of that, Porterville has been the lead person on this. I'm really struggling right now because I'm not saying, I'm only one person up here. I am only one person. The person that supported it back here when it was just a discussion, the person that supported it when it was brought to council, the person that supported the additional money and attend the Board of Supervisors meeting when that happened. Again, if I had known what is here today a few months back, I may have been able to say something a little differently, but to get it right now, I am having some sensitivity to that. We talk about looking at it from the outside. You have an agency that is a city that's not involved, and they're on the outside looking in, and I'm thinking, well, maybe Porterville might want to do that, is look at it from this side and looking in. However, there's a lot of conversation with the dollar amount. And I understand the net loss. I understand that we don't get it back till the LTF. I understand that it runs in arrears. I have a concern as to once the executive director is gone and not in that seat, who that person would be coming in and how many additional people might come in. I have that concern where I'm saying that additional people, if they do come in, should have been given over here while that person was in the seat. I'm going to hold my comment for more discussion, but I'm just opening up the dialogue, and then I'm going to come back to it. Is there a council member that would like to address their concerns or make comment to this regard? Please do so.
Could I add one additional, because this was, I neglected to cover this part. So going back to September of last year. So TransDev is the contracted operator for the TCRTA, which there is then a subcontract to Sierra Management, which is a local business here, which say they employ 50 drivers to the agency, all from the local area here. And given the challenges of having a drawdown, and we talked about this back in September of last year, which is Sierra Management was going to go bankrupt because they couldn't make payroll. So in the absence of this, TransDev is cash flowing Sierra Management with 10% interest on that. So it's kind of
Which
an
is a local
important component.
business,
Just
which
understand
almost
that as
everyone-
part of this, you have a local business that, which
yes.
affects, in effect, eats into their profit margin significantly.
Thank you for that, because it's the local business on that. Okay. Council, is there someone that would like to chime in? Please do so now.
I too share your concerns, and that was very delicate and eloquent at the same time. Personally, we had that talk in retreat. Nothing against you, right? My concerns is how much money it costs, and then the rider. There's not very many people riding these buses, and so a little bit, not a little bit, a lot of me says let's pull back. And I'm already I know that there's a process in going away from the TCRTA, but I feel that we should probably start going that route and look towards the micro transit. And I even think getting away from the buses that we have in town now and going to those work-style vans possibly, but we'll see what the future brings. But that's my concern, is the dollar amount, what it's costing. It feels like a big waste in some cases. And thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Beltran?
Yeah, being alternate, and being attending these meetings, from the get-go, I love the concepts Mr. Tree gave to us, I believe, a few council meetings ago. The bigger picture of TCRTA's objectives and goals for the region as a county is phenomenal. I share that big picture. I get where we need to be at some point for local transit and how it benefits the residents, tourism, business, just as, even for healthcare, different aspects of that larger transportation need. But much to Mr. Lawless's statements earlier, where the funding that this TCRT started on was not fully supported. Knowing that Porterville had its own transit system, I wouldn't say that we're not benefiting from it. I'm sure our residents have benefited from it, but I'm not sure we've gotten the growth of the bigger picture yet. And I know TCRT is very, very new. The concerns I have are the funding. From the get-go, when I was on the committee back in December, we had gotten no financial reports, and that's very concerning. And I know, again, with a new agency, it's going to take time, but there's a large concern. And seeing that Porterville Unified School District and TCRTA were in negotiations to add them, possibly utilizing them, it brought more concerns to me, again, as an agency who's struggling financially is bringing on a pretty large partnership and responsibilities with the student transportations in a fairly large community. So I have a lot of reserves for where we are now, knowing that we are accountable to our taxpayers here and our residents in our community for what we're doing with our funds. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyra, any comment?
My first comment is I want to thank Mr. Lawless for his unpacking of, there's a phrase, in a nutshell, and this is a big nut. And, for months, I think early on, with my participation and the council's suggestion that I join as a board member, I was asking for some regular financial reporting, and it took numerous asks and a lot of, I won't say effort, but a lot of reminders. And then when we finally got a sustainability committee put together, we had already had a finance director assigned who didn't stay. There was some concern about the books, things like that, and just the whole accounting of it all. However, the people that are involved with Tulare County Regional Transit are great people. They're committed, they're hardworking, they've got a vision, they're marching hard, they're marching forward. There's been, as you mentioned, a couple of agencies aren't talking to each other because of a little clause in a document, so drawdowns can't happen. And yet the agencies that have these millions of dollars to pour into this agency called and leaned in to say, how can we help you? I know that this is coming at the last minute, this decision that the council wants to make. I did bring this up it was, I don't know, I got the vibe that it was a little bit of a shock to the board because we are a valued partner to that RTA. And when Director Tree came to the council a couple of meetings ago and shared his big vision, I noticed something in his personality that just seemed a little off, and I didn't ask any questions or comments about that. But then like the day or two later, we had his resignation. And it would have been nice if there was somebody in the wings over this first 2 years that had been getting groomed. But to no fault of Rich's, it was an impossible task to build a sustainable, promotable team, especially without funding from the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, and I think that's an egregious thing. That it is remarkable what Mr. Tree did.
Absolutely.
Starting this and carrying this organization on his own shoulders because he wasn't given the opportunity to hire the staff to help facilitate this. And the county made it very clear that there was not money that was going to be contributed unless there was interest attached to it. And TCRTA is a creature of the county. It is under its personnel guidelines. So there was great obstacles that still are in place to, I would say, constrict the agency.
I would agree. And there is some movement with in the financial picture with some accounting personnel joining the RTA soon. And they'll be able to pick up and help with a lot of these. They're bringing on, I've got in my reports for tonight, and maybe after there's I don't know if we're voting on whether to jump out tonight or for more information, so maybe my reports aren't going to be, relevant in a couple of minutes. But there's a lot of good things happening behind the scenes. There's recent, and I applaud our chairman, who's here tonight and may be willing to speak at when we open the mic for public comment, to set up a fund, a general fund, to carry the agency, but there's barely $1 to put in it. But the symbolism of that is they want to be self-sustaining. They want to have all of the different agencies be able to travel throughout the county and all of our residents for medical, for schools, whatever. You can get on a transit bus, shuttle, and get somewhere. And that's a pretty nice benefit for the less fortunate. And the ridership is down. The last meeting we had, we were talking about how can we get the ridership up. And then like 2 days later, I see a big bus right? Maybe one person on it, and that's the driver. But it says on the top of the windshield, you know, they have those little signs, and it says, consider transit. And I don't know if people have ever really even tried, if they're not riding transit. I mean, tonight, I thought, can I make a phone call and get to city council in time on the public transit? My problem was it was 10 after 5. And I didn't want to roll the dice. And and I'm not asking the city council to roll the dice on regional, we're going to do what we're going to do here tonight. I believe in them. Ted Smalley said, hey, I'm not going to share everything that was shared in that very open meeting where a lot of good stuff was shared, but there's maybe some other funding sources that are available, maybe not. So what happens if the agencies don't give us the cash and TCRTA doesn't have the funding in 30 days? Is there going to be another ask of the cities for money? Is our local vendor going to have to take another loan from the transportation provider at 10% interest? That's not good, you know? I want to see this happen. Like it or not, I see the big picture, and I would like to see it come to fruition. I just wish we would have known more about the money and the lack of money, as our mayor eloquently stated, a little bit sooner. That's my comment.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, this is a hard one, but I think what helped is Mr. Lawless opening up with all that information and brief history and a really, to start us in this discussion. You covered a lot of things. Some of our concerns, I think that providing the funding back from all the cities and all the things that have happened even in the last year to 2 years recently. So I think my concern with TCRTA is I've supported it from the very first presentation and time that I attended the meetings. What I did feel some concern about, and I don't have one place to lay blame, but I felt there was a seemingly lack of support to the agency and to the executive director. That's what I felt. What I did continue to support in a hopeful way was there was very progressive and innovative ideas. The whole concept, like Councilmember Beltran said, I think that's where I continued to support, because I felt we were trying to be progressive, not just stagnant, and then they're asking for funding and things are not, going right. I felt like things were trying to be in order. There were suggestions and recommendations for things that would bring us all forward. The thing that I've always felt confident about, and still do now, no matter what we decide, is that we do have to think about our city and Porterville, and I feel either way, strong and confident about our infrastructure and what we already have in place. I feel that there was discussions around, talking about the fixed routes and really educating us on what was going on, just the different partners, talking about the potential partnership with PUSD. And I think what I felt the executive director was trying to do with staff is trying to make progress in any manner, whether that be seeking another partner, seeking additional outside funding, just trying to add staff and move to an office. I think I saw that there was some trying there going on, and for whatever reason, we just couldn't get there. I'm disappointed, but I think with all the discussion and everybody's feedback, it's going to help to figure out what we're going to do moving forward. And that's all I got right now.
I really appreciate all the comments on the dais. As I said, I supported it from the beginning in the discussions when we were at the board, when the board meeting, the retreats, or when we were at the board trainings years ago in 2016, when it was just a discussion there. And I'm saying, it's tough to make a decision, bringing it, like, here it is. Do you want to make a decision, or is it something that we can carry over to the next meeting so that we can process? Because I'm saying, this is doable, but we have to really process, because I too don't want to see it disappear for the Porterville community. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe if we say we're not going to do it, however, somewhere in there that we reserve the right to opt in, and opt in at a time where it's something that we can discuss. You know, it's something that we would have to discuss. But I got to thinking, how could we do that with the sensitivity of the finances, and yet we still have to look at other things that are coming up too? And especially since we were affected by some of the other things on the side with the drought and the impacts and the flooding situation, I would like to see something positive and a solution come out of this. And if council members are not ready to make this decision tonight, I think we could process it and carry it over to the next council meeting, and then we make the decision. Are you okay with that, that we continue this item to the next council meeting so that we can process? Please, go ahead.
I like that idea because I do want to process this before we make a decision, but I see the timeline, read through the agreements to, you know, if we don't do this by May 1st of any year, then this will require approval of the agency of board of directors. I would like for us to be able to make our own decision what we're going to do. The other thing is but I feel like it should take some time for considerations because we did invest a lot.
Yes.
And I'm not just talking about money. I think I understand that those funds went to operations and we had to operate, but I also think we invested time and energy, and really we have faith in the organization and the executive director, and probably because who the executive director is and the previous experience. But I also think we invested board members and very active board members. So I do want to thank you both. I was a transit rep, so I wasn't a voting member, but I heard I read the packets. I listened to the discussion and the questions, and I want to thank you both for being very active on the board.
I know that Mr. Segala wanted to come forth. Please do so.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jose Segala, and I serve as a council member in the city of Tulare, and I'm honored to chair the board of directors of the agency. You know, I came today because I felt it was important. Tonight, we have same council meetings. Tonight's the first time I missed a council meeting in 6 years to be here. Because, you know, it's important for you to understand from the board perspective, and I thank Mr. Wyrack for his service, and Mr. Beltran and Ms. Carrillo, and I appreciate Mr. Lawless' description of the situation. So I wanted just to touch a couple of points, just to kind of let you know that obviously the first and foremost, a lot of us were surprised and were shocked and a little disappointed and knowing that, you know, Rich is going to be moving on. Obviously, you know, it's a decision he's made, and we have taken that very seriously. We have created an ad hoc committee to begin the executive search. As you guys know, and as your city manager knows, city staff knows, when you hire someone, you can't just hire someone the next week. There's a process. You know, we work with through Tulare County's Human Resources Department to announce the position. You know, I served on the ad hoc committee when we hired Rich, and it was a process. But again, the question then happens, what happens in the interim? So we're working very hard through that ad hoc committee to find someone that can help us move forward the operations. Because our goal, as stated by all of you, is to provide the best service possible to all of our constituents. You know, when this idea came forward years ago, I supported it as well through the city of Tulare. You know, I was honored to serve on it and to become and be the chair. And we have had growing pains. I mean, it's no secret that we started an agency without the cash reserves. You know, basically, you know, we are an agency that gets reimbursed. We put out the money, we got to wait for the federal government to reimburse us. We've come to learn if you miss one digit on a piece of paper, it becomes a federal case. And we got to go through a whole process to make sure it's the right account, it's not going to someone and this and that. So it's that process. So we eventually feel that money's going to be drawn down. When we get money from the state and the local folks, TCAG and those folks, those are paid twice a year. I mean, the closest I've ever seen is a teacher. Not a teacher, friends of mine get paid once a month. I get paid every 2 weeks. So at least every 2 weeks I'm figuring out where my money is. But when you get paid every 30 days, or you get to draw down necessary funds to run your operations every 6 months, and not even 6 months, because we have to wait till the second payment becomes after an audit, which usually happens 3 or 4 months after the closing of the fiscal year. So it's not like, we didn't have the cash flow when we started it. We didn't have the reserves. So we've been doing a couple of things. The other thing is that we created the Sustainability Committee. Mr. Wyrack serves on it, I serve on it, Mr. Thusu and Ms. Riddle from Exeter, and we're taking very seriously what can we do to make sure we have the money to pay our bills. I mean, this is the first I heard about the 10% for this year. I think that's awful. If I had known that, I would have used my position in working with Transdev and say, hey, wait a minute, let's all work together. Let's not do that. I mean, that's just my thing. But we are taking it seriously. We want to make sure the financials are ready. We want to make sure what can we do to generate new revenue? What can we do to generate new partnerships? What can we do to make sure we pay our bills? Again, we get reimbursed from the federal government more often than we do from TCAG or any other state dollars. Imagine your city getting paid, once every 6 to 9 months. In terms of the money that you need, you have to have it up front to make sure you pay your bills. That's one of the things we're working on, to establish a general fund, to establish a reserve fund. I mean, we're even looking, I talked to my city manager, which I know Mr. Lawless knows real well, Mr. Mondale, about it. I said, hey, Mark, I got to miss today's council meeting because I got to go to Porterville to talk about the agency, let them know what's going on. He goes, hey, we're ready to help out. We worked hard to save our hospital in Tulare. We almost did not have a hospital. We were creative in providing them a $9 million credit line. To them, they paid us back. So we're going to be looking at different ways to work with cities. You guys came on board with the county last July. So we were operating, and then all of a sudden, we grew. That we wanted, there was some contracts that were going to be done. You guys came on board officially July 1st of last year, along with the county. So we grew exponentially at the same time. So we have had those recognitions, and we're working real hard to make sure we have that. Porterville, yes, I would agree. We need Porterville more than you guys need us. You guys have been innovative. I, as a council member in Tulare, have looked to Porterville for the great things you guys are doing on transit. We were trying to do some of those similar things in Tulare, but then we ended up going to TCRTA, and we're trying to follow. I mean, you guys, since you've been involved with TCRTA, and before that, you guys have been innovative on the microtransit. Everybody else in the county is going to have that experience come August. You guys have been doing it for some time. All the things that you're doing with your new buses, with your charging station, that's all innovation to us. Dinuba, Woodlake, Tulare, Lindsay, we're all benefiting from that leadership. We'd hate to see it go. We think that we can work to get through these problems. We need a strong partner, and you're that strong partner. I know that you're going to maybe consider it the next meeting. I may not be here. I might have to skip another council meeting just to make sure that you guys know that we're serious about that. And then the final thing is we have a strong executive committee. Myself, Mr. Gomez from Farmersville, Mr. Ceros from Lindsay, and Mr. Mendoza from Woodlake serve on executive committee. We've been grappling to figure out how hands-on. And you as council members and I as a council member, we rely on our city staff for the day-to-day things. We're not hands-on, right? I've had some council members in the past think they're hands-on, but we're not hands-on. But in this case, we've been grappling about how hands-on do we want to be to support the interim folks. Make sure that the staff understands they have the support of the board. Make sure that we do what we can, our expertise. We're not transit experts, but we are experts in different types of things that we can offer our agency. So we've been grappling with that issue, and we decided we're going to meet every week if we have to make sure that our staff knows we have the support of the board of directors. We want this to succeed. We want this to be something that is going to be around for generations to come, that we're innovative. We have cross-corridor ideas. We have light rail ideas. We have a lot of different things we like to accomplish. And yes, we hate to see that Rich Tree is leaving. He's been a key part of it, but like anything that I've been involved with, you always try to sustain it by spreading the leadership, by bringing other people, because it shouldn't be based on one person. If one person leaves, everything shouldn't crumble. So that's what we're trying to do. I want to assure you that we're on a search for executive director. We're working hard to stay on top of our finances and do what we have to do to have those funds, and then also, to make sure that we continue to move programs forward. So I just wanted to come up here. I appreciate the time. If there's any questions, I know I'm here, Rich is here, and I appreciate Mr. Lawless's description of what's going on. But we strongly are committed to this agency. We appreciate any consideration you have to continue at least one more year to work with us and help us just move it forward. And obviously, it's a decision you guys will make soon, if not tonight, the next meeting. But I just wanted to come up here and let you know that we are confident that we will get through this and that we will work hard to make our regional transit agency a model, for others around as how we care about our constituents and how we want to make sure they get around. So thank you very much for your time. If you guys have any
Thank you
questions.
very much. Okay, and I appreciate the input. We needed to hear it, and I just want to ask counsel, please, Mr. Lawless?
And I wanted to go back to emphasize a point. The reason, and I wanted Rich to get up and speak to this, because it emphasized the reason why we joined TCRTA, which was, if it's okay if Rich gets up.
Yes,
I
yes,
need
we
us
want to hear
permission for
from
that.
Mr.
But
Tree.
it has to do with, we joined for the purposes of being more competitive, because we were an early adopter and had great success in the grant program. Rich has been very successful in grants. That has carried over into his role in the TCRTA. So to what extent, what do you see in the future for the city of Porterville being in the TCRTA if our motivation was for the capital expansion? Is that fair?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I appreciate the comments that have been made today, and I before I answer the question, if I could, I do want to reiterate how well your staff is. Like they could run a transit agency, no problem, from all the way from the top down. Every single person. Mr. Ridenauer spent 2 o'clock in the morning writing really a life-changing grant that brought green power to this community. And Ms. Hildreth is a veteran at risk management. Mr. Knight is well experienced to run not only Public Works Department, but handled the transit agency. You are in very good hands. And I will say that it is true what has been said. We need your support. We need all of that expertise to get behind this agency, to push us through these hard times. Because if we stay strong to the vision of the big picture, mobility within our county is drastically going to change. There is a high-speed rail coming, and kind of to that point, coming together and forming this agency, the Cross Valley Corridor would just be a pipe dream. That was a study 3 years ago that not one agency would be able to handle it. It took everyone to come together and get behind and see the vision. And that was really the very big first act of this agency is we know high-speed rail is coming, and we need to get our communities to the high-speed rail because it will improve access to jobs and health care. Now, it's going to take some time, right? We've been talking about high-speed rail for years, right? It would be real. It has cost a lot of money, but it's coming soon. I think, and to the point, the city of Porterville has been a pioneer in so many fields, and this agency benefits from those experiences. They have seen what it takes to electrify the fleet. It's seen what it takes to bring microtransit. It only sets them up for success that much quicker. Now, kind of the economies of scale, that was one of the founding reasons of this agency. If we come together, really we're going to compete better at not only the state level and the national level. And within its first year, the agency received the support from the state saying, we believe in this county and the Cross Valley Corridor, and gave this region $35 million. Now, Porterville not necessarily didn't benefit from it because it already had a lot of what every city in this county needs. But from that coming together, the communities along the corridor are finally getting transit centers that they would have never been able to build. Lindsay would never, probably in this decade or the next, been able to build a transit center in their community that has retail. Exeter and Farmersville, I think without partnership with self-help early is getting and finding those partners to make success. Farmersville and Exeter wouldn't be having a transit center. Now it's going to take some time for those good wins to come back to the city of Porterville. But the leadership that's willing to roll up their sleeves and get behind and figure out how to get over these humps, they know who those supporters are. Like City of Porterville Mayor, you were the only elected official to be by my side as we were asking every member agency to help us out. I appreciate your support. I know our board.
I also asked you to come back.
Yes.
Missed it by that much. I mean,
I asked you.
you got the city right. You just.
Okay, please continue.
Yes. It is, so I think our board recognizes those that support the agency the most. It will take some time. It'll be honest. It's going to take some time for it to come around to benefit from Porterville. But you're going to receive new vehicles. You have $9 million in federal funds that are just building up for really projects that the city needs now. And I'm disappointed that we can't do them right now as we work through the challenges. But I think the board understands the capital improvement program from a grant level coming together. It's going to come around and benefit the city. It's going to take some time, but you're going to win being a part of this agency. And I just encourage you to continue to ask those tough questions. Director Wyrock makes no joke about it. I mean, he gets right in and will ask those tough questions. That helps drive this agency forward and answer and get it going, pointed in the right direction. So, that was long-winded to answer that question.
Well, what it said is, what you essentially said is that, so the 9 million that's on our work plan already isn't really much different. And actually, there was some really great words. Even within the TCRTA, we have the ability to self-perform our own capital projects. And an important word of advice was don't close out. We have one, let's maintain our transit grantee status regardless of affiliation, whether part of the TCRTA or not, that we maintain our grantee status so that we have the ability to self-perform projects should we make that decision. And in the end, the council's the one that makes that determination. You know, whether, and to Rich's point, the focus has been on the agencies that haven't had those, you said it better than I could have said, which is, especially on the smaller agencies that haven't had these, the focus, the staff to be able to do it and those sorts of things. And so it's been a matter of catch-up. And whenever there's it's not, you know, it's not a matter of keeping pace. It's like, well, okay, everybody's got to get up to a certain standard before we can all make movement together, and that's in essence held you back a little bit because you've had to kind of bridle the horses a little bit.
First statement.
Oh, okay,
Please.
go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You gave me the broken mic. Just kidding. You know, that was really articulate, both of you guys, and I appreciate you coming. And the hard work between all four of you, it sounds like you've all been involved in this, and I almost feel like I'm the outsider. I don't know. But what I do have in front of me are numbers, right? And that's what I'm basing my decision-making off of. And then also the rideability. This is why I think the bullet train's going to fail. It's accessibility. People do not want to take a bus to a train to somewhere and then have to take another bus. It's not practical, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I have no facts behind it, other than I look at the buses and they're empty, right? And I have a feeling the bullet train is going to be very similar. We're going to find out, right? It's coming one way or another. And so and I have the utmost respect for both of you. You guys have put in the work, and this is not angled at you. I know Rick Tree, I've heard the talk for staff here and your knowledge and skills, and I don't mean any disrespect in what my words here. For the constituents of Porterville, I try to think, is this a good way of spending our dollars, that $9 million you talked about, or would it be best investing into Porterville? So, and that's where us as
Have to figure it
a
out.
DICE has to figure out. So I really appreciate both of you coming out. Thank you.
Councilmember Wyrock?
I was just wondering with the executive committee and the agency recently had some conversation around funding, and they're concerned. I think there was 3 terms we used: the immediate or acute need for financing, and that plan of action, a near-term plan of action, and a longer-term plan of action. Would either of you like to speak to that and provide some assurances to us that, even if it takes, 45 days for this money to come in to replenish some funds, and even if the county doesn't help set up a fund to carry us during these leaner times while we're waiting for the transit funds to show up, can you speak to those acute needs and then the near-term and the longer-term horizon, please?
Let me take a general view, and then I know Rich has been working a lot more closely on the details. But first of all, we are looking at the short term in terms of addressing our needs. We know how much we need to spend every month when you talk about numbers, how much money we need to make sure the buses run, operations are done. So that's going to be a term that we're going to be looking at partnerships within the county, working with TCAG and others. And then we're looking at more interim that includes some new partnerships. For example, I've met with Adventist Health folks, some of the board members, and talked to them about how we can partner in getting their patients from Tipton, from Early Mart to Tulare, which there isn't really that much of a good, transportation system. And then long-term, what can we do in terms of other types of innovative partnerships? Like I am going to go back to my city. If they're listening to me now, I am going to go back to my city to see, can we do something similar to what we did? Our general fund is about $50 million. Our enterprise fund's about $120 million. So when we save the hospital, we use the enterprise funds as a line of credit to help save Tulare Hospital. So is there something similar that we can do in terms of the long term? So we are looking at all those types of things. And then just Councilmember Meister, and your staff could collaborate, and Rich can collaborate. I've come to learn in my years being involved with transit that the goal of a bus is not to make its money. I mean, we all know that. That's why there are certain programs. For example, you got to reach certain percentages of your fare box to get reimbursed from the federal government. The highest I've heard is, 20%? You're lucky if you get 20% of what you spend to get a bus around the neighborhood, around the city, back in fares. But we're working hard to get people into transit. I appreciate the numbers, and yeah, we're all here because of the numbers. And so, I hope that you keep in mind that we are looking to try to address this issue.
May I?
Yeah, because
I
we
would-
still have more to, we
Yeah,
have
I
more
would
to
say,
take into consideration.
that may work in LA County, that 20%, but we're in Tulare County. And the rider share just isn't there. And that's my opinion on it. It's something that I visually see. And so that's my opinion on it. Hard stop.
Thank you. Did that answer your question? Okay. Again, we have a lot to digest. We have a lot to process, and I want to thank you for the information. And once again, if council is good, we don't have to make this decision this evening. It's obvious and evident. We need to weigh in. But to carry the discussion over the item, to carry it over to the next council meeting, the next scheduled council meeting, so that we can make a determination at that time. Well, we're gonna bring that, yeah, that's something else that I'm gonna bring up under the emergency item, so. Okay.
And there's another TCRTA meeting before your next meeting. So
Okay.
the TCRTA board would be meeting on April 12th. That's the next meeting, I believe,
Okay.
correct? So-
All right, so with this, let's just carry this item over to the next council meeting so that we can make a determination and a decision. All right, thank you so much. Now we will go on to item number 9.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item was, it's to consider authorization to distribute a request for qualification to add to the list of qualified material testing firms and annual review by the city council. This was an item that was before the council as a consent item at the request of Councilmember Meister, and with approval of the council before you again this evening as a scheduled matter. Providing you a little bit of a background in regards to this RFQ, I believe RFQ. Yes, RFQ that occurred last February of 22, a little bit more than a year ago. Soliciting, and I'm going to rely on a little bit on Mr. Sanchez here for the technicalities of this. So part of this has to deal with federal programs and additional requirements that we have. And can you briefly, this wasn't just something we came up with ourselves. It was, can you speak to the federal requirements?
Sure. You know, as time passes, the liaisons for all these federal monies tighten up on the regulations because, you know, audits get pushed out and they keep pushing out recommendations. You have to do this, do that, you know, get closer and closer to be absolutely by the book. And what that triggered is, like Mr. Lawless had stated, on the federal programs, everything is awarded on the basis of open and fair competition. And what that means is that whatever has been done historically has to change to be done to be an open and competitive process. So with that, and to make sure that the city didn't disqualify itself from funding opportunities, was to release this RFQ to be in compliance with federal requirements.
So given that many of our projects have federal funds, we just talked about transit, which is all federal funding. So anything that you're doing touches that, it has those same requirements. Just as you'll sometimes hear us talk about DBE, disadvantaged business enterprises, minority, and we have an item coming forward, right? No, it's not on this one, but.
Right, yeah, to give an example, yeah, we've been caught up in back and forth with Caltrans a few months ago already, but again, and now we're at 1 month going back and forth with Caltrans because of the valuation of the contract. We need their approval before we can award it here locally.
Right. So they're just increasing requirements, and so accordingly of this is the fair and competitive processes for those that are paid through federal projects. So we, in alignment with that, did an RFQ, which through that rating selected 6 firms that met the threshold of being selected, and subsequently one of them. One of the contingencies of that is that there were three criteria of certifications that you didn't have to have all 3. You just had to have 2 of the 3, and the one, as you'll find in that, the Sequoia Valley testing, only had 1 of the 3, and they were also the lowest of the 6 that had been selected. And so correspondence was provided in your packet as well that informed them that they were not eligible to continue. So that list of 6 initially of those that were satisfactory moving forward was limited to 5, and that's what we've been operating with since last April. So about almost a year exactly now. But that's, I guess, essentially led to the question of, given the volume of projects that are on the city's work plan, and we haven't even gotten into next week's priority projects, which already you've heard a number of ideas and comments in regards to that. So it's obviously a very robust plan. And I guess not all firms are created equal. As I shared, there are three criterias that you have to have 2 of the 3. And I think it's fair to say, I don't know what the distribution model looks like, but out of those 5, 1 or 2 may be a specialist in one of those areas. And essentially what happens is that once you're on the on-call list, then we put out oh gosh, I just lost the word, I had it.
Task order?
Task order, that's the word. Put out a task order. It says, here's the work that needs to be completed. Here's specifically what we're looking for. And, you know, who's qualified to do this, and at what cost will you do this at? And so the RFQ process is just to develop that on-call list, and then subsequently, once you're on that list, then we put out a task order and say, here's the project, and what is your proposed, you know, and cost and qualifications play a part in that. Is that fair, Mr. Sanchez?
Qualifications, yes, but an extension of federal requirements is any consulting services shall be done on the basis of qualifications. They call it QBS, qualification-based selection. So we negotiate with who's the most qualified and then negotiate the price. And if we can't come to an agreement, then we go to the next and so on.
So with that, so in essence, in speaking to the council members' requests and the council before the council this evening is whether to do an addendum, I guess, to look at again, and not to redo a list, but essentially to say, is 5 satisfactory moving forward? It was a 5-year, not to exceed 5 years. There was a 3-year term with 2 1-year options, which would come to council to exercise that as well. So already when it's being talked about in an annual review, that would already be happening at the end of year 3. There'd be an annual review whether or not it would have an option year or not. So in essence, you know, kind of already built into that was an annual review, although that was going to be another 2 years from now. So in essence, if that really is a question of whether to do an amended RFQ, which would again solicit interest, I would anticipate those that applied last time would probably come back again, and perhaps they would perform better. And you may end up with a list of more than 6. You may end up with a list of 10. I just recognize that's what's important. Anything you wish to add, Mr. Sanchez, to that?
No, I think that encompasses it all.
Okay. I appreciate the report. I appreciate the information. I'm going to bring it to council for discussion. Any comment?
Well, I'll go first since I first brought it up, and I appreciate you explaining the RFQ because I believe I made the comments, this is socialism, right? And you guys kind of corrected me on the process, and so I appreciate that. And now it's out in the public; they get to hear this. So, you know, another thing, I want to thank staff for getting this done in a timely manner. Mr. Harris came and spoke to us. We were able to have closed session, legal counsel, and then it was on the agenda, and now here we are, right? And so this was done in a very timely manner. When there's so much criticism about how long sometimes the city takes, I think this was done pretty quickly. So I appreciate that. And Mr. Harris, coming out again tonight, I appreciate your time. And thank you for bringing this to us. And as leaders in our community, this dais, I think that we have to take into account and be leaders and look at the economy, the things that are going on around the world, to our own personal economy here in Tulare County. We're one of the poorest counties in the state and one of the poorest counties in the nation. And I think that as leaders, this opportunity to amend some of the rules to make an opportunity for a local businessman who creates opportunities for locals, right? He hires locally, he buys locally, he pays into Measure H, Measure I, Measure R, and these are all funds that come back to the city. Measure R, of course, is county, but we utilize Measure R in projects in our community. And so with that, it's just an opportunity and to be leaders. And that's why I brought it to this. And
And thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any comment from council? Councilmember Beltran? Councilmember Wyrock?
I'd like to thank Councilmember Beltran, Meister, for bringing this information to the council as well, and the timeliness of the action of everybody behind the scenes to get this before us tonight. I do recall having a discussion. I was curious if our spend over the next year was going to be enough to add more players onto this list that could help us with our needs. And due to the recent activities that were out of our control, there's probably going to be a lot more work coming in. So, you know, expanding the list of qualified bidders, I think, is a prudent action to take, and the competitive bidding process still remains. So I'm glad to have this discussion with the council tonight, and look forward to the vote.
Vice Mayor?
So I'll try to articulate this the best that I can. So I have, my concerns range from the rules and that we first did our due diligence, that the city staff did to follow the professional process that we have for the RFQ, and it does have a timeline. So my issues range from that to what are the needs of the city. If I'm talking about, which we are, this RFQ closed, unfortunately, our very valuable local firm did not meet the obligations of what was required at that time to get the bid in and the information in. My stance is always going to be, what about the firms that did? And I don't want to, I'm not trying to compare local versus people from out of the area, because I don't know for sure if all the people that bidded and are on the list or potentially on the list are not local. I don't know that. But again, the perception of us setting a precedence that with good, reason and justification by a local firm that we've worked with and has a great reputation. But what if it wasn't, or what if, I just think I'm always worried about setting a precedence for breaking a rule or a process or a policy or an ordinance. So that's the first issue that I have. The second one is, what does that make the quality of our process look like then for the other agencies and the ones that did? So I think those are my main concerns with this. But I don't want to just be, to the point of I'm going to say no just because of that if there's a need for the city and for work in the city. So that's kind of like the considerations that I'm having through this whole discussion. I do thank council member for bringing it up, because it's definitely worth the discussion. I'm one person, I'm one vote, but those are always going to be the way that my mind thinks, is about setting a precedence and being fair. I think being fair is always going to be something that concerns me as well. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Harris for being here. And I'm just going to highlight on, again, I'm only one person and it's just a comment to this regard. I was a little sensitive when it was brought and it missed the deadline, because it was a process, the deadline for the agency missed it, the business. However, I'm going to be very firm when I say this. When the request is sent out, whether they are local or not, it goes by the process of the scoring. And with the understanding that when the work is needed, it goes by the service that they provide. When they are called. And with the knowledge and the understanding that it's not our determination, it's based on the applicant and the scoring once it's submitted. And if that applicant makes the points, whatever the points that they need to be on the list, on the call list, that's what I want to make clear. Because again, I worked for an agency, you miss a deadline, and that's what happens. You don't get to do it all over again. So I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. I'm just expressing what I see, that I don't want to see it come back to haunt us, that if you do it for one, then you're expected to do it for someone else. And then, well, if they got called in, you know, you put it on there, that it's going to happen again. And I'm concerned because we have had to deal with a lot of things within the last the last few weeks with regard to needing the services of people who are qualified to do the jobs off the call list. I want to keep this a business process. I by no means want to see it as a political process. Business process. The business process that the city had put in place for the first ones to come in, a deadline that wasn't met, no fault of ours. I understand. I used to own a local business myself. So when I talk about local business, I understand the support that is needed, but I want to make it very clear. That decision to be called from the call list is up to city staff. Once that person is qualified to go through the scoring process, regardless of whether they are local or they are from out of town coming in to work. That's the key of what's written. I have vented, and I'm going to ask if there's any more comment to that.
Yes, I
Please.
would like to.
Please.
Thank you and the Vice Mayor both. You know, the scoring in here is such, and, you know, there's item number 17, there's a source from the Engineering Department dated April 5, 2022, that a 10th statement of qualifications was received at 4:22 p.m. after the notice deadline. Tonight, I heard from the first time that there's government funding that might be tied up if we don't have access to a certain additional, and I hadn't heard that before, and so that kind of swayed my vote, but I made a note, and I had thought about the integrity of our process, and where is the integrity of the council? If the deadline wasn't met, and we've shared this before in the back about, you know, opening this back up, and the fact is that, and now we're going to change it for everything. I was asking about the permits for alcohol and beverages in a new restaurant or in a restaurant that wants to start serving, and are we compliant with the regulations? And then hearing tonight that we may be out of compliance with some regulations and we can't get funding unless we open this back up to more people. Can I?
No, I think
Did I hear that wrong?
I think the point of what Javier was talking about was we needed to in the past, because we had this longstanding, we were utilizing the services of a longstanding contractor. Under California law, every once in a while, we need to periodically do these open processes and competitive processes, whether it be an RFP, an RFQ, or, you know, or a bidding process, depending on the situation. Here, it was an RFQ. We need to show that we've done that in order to make sure that we are eligible for funding. I
But
think
we
that's
did
what,
do
I
that.
believe that's what Javier was saying.
You did already.
Yeah,
I
we
was-
did that already.
complete
I was
that.
providing the history why that
Yeah,
happened.
and we can certainly do another one again, and that was my point, which is, you know, my recommendation was if we're going to do this, we should do another open process because we want to stick with what we know is appropriate under California law.
And then my final comment, and I'll rest. There's nothing in any of these agreements with any of these selected people that disallows them to subcontract out if their workload is such that they need some more help from other engineering and testing firms, is there? They can subcontract if they have an agreement in place, correct?
Typically, the expectation is the organizational chart they submit with their statement of qualifications is held to. If there are any changes that deviate from that, they need to notify the city for approval to stray from that.
And that's a great, Because that's happened in the past. That's a great question, because that's happened in the past where there was a substitution without notice and it
that's
resulted
not
in the removal of a
Yeah,
firm.
yeah, that's no good.
I know that our regular bids are, your typical public contract bid, the contracts apps usually prohibit, there's an allowance for a limited amount of substitutions or even subcontracting, and you have to stick to those.
So if this work all of a sudden is going to start showing up over the next 6 months to a year, can we also request that those that are already approved expand their qualified list of employees and subcontractors and their safety programs and how they don't have trench collapses and things like that?
We would request that if there was any concern that they would no longer be able to provide that service.
So if all 9 were booked up, we'd send a letter out saying, can you guys get contractors?
We'd probably be coming back to the council to expand the list again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comment?
No, I'd just like to say that the 5 businesses that are on there, there was comments on where they're from. It's Fresno, Bakersfield, Clovis, Bakersfield, and Fresno. I've looked them up. As far as the integrity of this council, I think that we have integrity and we're able to adjust. You are all great leaders. I've seen you behind scenes and here on the dais, and there's no doubt. I don't think there's going to be a question of integrity if we do something to help a community member by adjusting some of the rules to do so. And that's, I get your guys' view on keeping with the script and what is here, but as leaders, we should adjust accordingly to help the community in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I do want to make clear that the recommendation, just so it's clear to the
Correct.
audience, I know that it says in the staff report, is that what we're proposing, if the council so ends up going this route, would be to reopen the process to accept more to review for qualification. So no one is guaranteed by virtue of the action that they are now a qualified contractor. I want to make that real clear. They still need to, but we're going to evaluate, if CTL applies and anyone else, and staff will make the determination based on the same criteria that from before, is what I understand, whether or not they qualify. Just wanted to make that clear.
I
Thank
want to
you.
thank you for that clarification, because my next question you just answered. And I wanted to say, the legal process is to reopen the whole process so that everyone gets to apply again. Is that correct?
Yeah, in fact, I would say it's really you're doing a supplemental
This would
and
be a
new
new
process.
one, and it wouldn't be
With the
changing
same
it-
requirements, yeah.
With the same requirements. And that's what I wanted clarity. I wanted the legal part. The other part was important, but I'm going to dismiss the thing, put the integrity of the process and the integrity of the council, because I'm looking at the legal part. And that's the focus I'm leaning toward. And I don't know how other council members feel about that.
Legal is important, absolutely. The legal aspect is important. And I didn't mean to create any offense about my comment on the integrity. The process was, and there's been councils before us that had a process, and stuff comes to us and we change it. So there is that fluid, the council is a living thing, and, we do the best we can on the information we have. To reopen this, though, it doesn't disqualify the people we've already selected. They're in. Okay, so then additional people on the list would help, and they'd be able to attend, and, the low-cost provider that has the scope or the ability to do that work would be awarded.
Right, the intent would be to not penalize those that are already on the list, it's just to expand it.
Yeah.
That's what I also needed to hear.
And I'm pretty sure, and
They are not penalized.
correct me if I'm wrong, I think staff would say adding more qualified contractors to the list helps the city.
Yeah, no doubt.
I wrote down adequate services to that. How does council wish to proceed to this regard?
Well, I'll make the motion then. To consider the authorization to distribute a request for qualification to add to the list of qualified material testing firms and annually review the list of qualified material testing firms.
We have a motion by Councilmember Meister
I'll second.
and a second by Councilmember Beltran. Further discussion? Okay, let's call for the vote. It is 3-2. It passes. Okay. We will now move on to the item number 10.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 10 is status review, declaration of local flood emergency. And I won't read the whole staff report, but I think I would, the information is contained within, but it provided just a current status of things. And most notably, since this staff report was President Biden's declaration of disaster for California, including Tulare County, which is now going to begin a mobilization of federal resources, which already have been staged here, and I think there was a general presumption this was going to happen. There's already been pre-positioned resources out at Lemoore Naval Air Station. You've seen people in FEMA jackets in and around, so, and I'm aware, I've had reach outs from FEMA as well of contacts in this area, just indicating that, this isn't just being caught flat-footed. But that being said, I would say, and I think it gives cause to concern for staff, is that there's a sense of, well, we're kind of over this, and it's not. What is actually, we just got over this is a marathon that's going to go until September, and because that's the projected modeling that shows it's going to take that long for, and I'll just speak to Mike's going to be much better than I am in terms of these descriptions, but there's a watershed that feeds Success Lake, and that watershed today holds by estimate 220,000 acre-feet of water, which if you divide that by 84,000, which is the capacity of Success Lake, gives you 2.6. So in the foothills right now is 2.6 Success Lakes. And it's described as a loaded locomotive at the top of the hill. And either that is going to have just a gradual, and it's going to keep its brakes and come all the way down, and just a very gradual, and be able to be contained and managed. And that's the purpose of the dam, and that it's a flood control dam. Or there'll be an unexpected event, which the worst case would be it loses its brakes for a period of time if there's a warm storm. And that's what we saw 2 or 3 weeks ago when everything came crashing down because there was, the train lost its brakes for a period of time. So, so that being said, so this is, and I'll tell you from our perspective, there's a sense that, kind of a return to normal, and it's not, it's just a break. And in this break, there's been some real calculations that have been done. Most notably, over this weekend was a request by Lower Tule to pull back on there'd been a lot of, and if you look at all the reservoirs and what their statuses were, Success Lake was moving ahead. It was at about 50% capacity. So going all the way from, over the spillway to reducing its volume, and that had been a consistent push at about 4,000 CFS, which is, flood release is 3,200, so it was running at a pretty good pace, and certainly outpacing what the inflow was through the watershed. The request was, we've got a favorable weather forecast for about 2 to 3 weeks. There's been damage to the Tule River, and I will tell you this, and Mike's eyes have been, there has been a lot of damage to the Tule River. There's extraordinary measures that have been taken and need to be taken. Huge infrastructure losses could be. Case in point, you could not have sewer and water at the airport. There were significant washouts at Newcomb Street and great efforts being taken. There would not be a casino opening. You would not have you would not have looped infrastructure. So you couldn't do fire protection. So just a lot of things that are happening right now in terms of, and that's the erosion of the dams. And what's happened is and so Lord Tooley asks, we got to get into the channel and we've got to make repairs, Porter Ditch specifically. And so pull the hold water back so we can get equipment into there, which we are as well, so we can make some and really survey the damage that's been done. And so over the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to see those things taking place. And in addition to that, given that there's a huge cost that's going to come to the west side you're going to see the reconstitution of Tulare Lake, and it's going to again be the largest fresh body of water west of the Mississippi. It's going to happen again. I've heard it described as 3 times Lake Tahoe. So that's what you're going to see, because all lakes, or all rivers go back to Tulare Lake. Lake Isabella, Kauai, Kings, Tului, they all go back. And so that's what the efforts are now to, and so if you're the city of Corcoran, you're mortified because that's what you're looking at, a 220 square foot lake. Is that what I heard it described? Or square mile, sorry, not square foot, square mile lake that's going to reconstitute itself. So, so that being said, so those are the corrections that are going in now. FEMA coming in, and obviously this is, for damage that's been caused and damage and hopefully preventative mitigation measures to help avoid further damage. But there's going to be, and it's already estimated it's well over $150 million just in Tulare County of lost crops, residences, and things of that nature. So again, the federal declaration to that, pressing right now to the city is with the mandatory evacuation order along the banks of the Tule River and dealing with unhoused individuals, having to be very diligent about that. It is dangerous conditions out there, and having to have access into the channel to make those corrective measures. Outside the city, I would anticipate this week for Sheriff Boudreau to probably issue his own orders along the riverbanks, because there continues to be erosion in there as well. The temporary evacuation point and shelter that's been established at Porterville College is going to close its operation next Tuesday. We had a meeting yesterday with American Red Cross, county representatives, city representatives. There's got to be something else, because we're likely going to be looking at, so right now there's about 60 individuals that are taking advantage or taking refuge within the shelter at Porterville College. They're going to be displaced next Tuesday. And so there's been a formal request submitted by the county to Tulare County OES, through Tulare County OES up to Cal OES, Governor's Office of Emergency Services, which manages for the opening of either the Armory, Porterville Armory, or for Porterville Developmental Center on the former developmentally disabled side, serve as regional care facility, most recently under COVID. There's hundreds of beds that would be available. As of this afternoon, I had not, that request was submitted yesterday afternoon, and as of 3 o'clock this afternoon, that request had not yet been taken any action on. So city staff is working in contingencies of, okay, TikTok, next Tuesday's coming, and we already know that American Red Cross is it's closed. And so not real, as I talk to you today, I can't tell you what the plan is, but right now the coordinated effort to get the Armory open, and it's been done in the past. My most recent experience through this process was in December of 2008 in a freeze, and a petition to the governor, just similar has been happening here, petition to the governor to open the Armory, and it was done so, and American Red Cross came out with their cots, and 5 people took advantage of it. So with that, I would say that's the most pressing issue that's happening right now, because there's a real deadline, hard stop that happens next Tuesday, and it needs to be diligent efforts. And when I say 60, recognize there's 75 or more that are not in this count right now because they're outside the city and not in a condition of mandatory evacuation, which I would expect in the next several days. That's what I've been alerted to. So I would say that's the crisis right now. And I think it leads to, and need to bring to the council's attention, we were supposed to have been in our budget development process 2 weeks ago, and we had to push that, and we pushed that to this week. And it was evident to me, and just coordinating with staff, their head is in the emergency right now. It's not in budget development, and they're trying to do both, and it's wearing on them. And so back in 2020, we were in a similar circumstance after the library fire where, I mean, there's a lot of, we're back in an emergency situation again, and the recovery efforts that are happening right now and preventative efforts, and I would say this one, with Mike Knight, I've connected with department directors and some of the support staff, and they just said, if we could ask for a pause, and they're also recalibrating. So they went into this with the CIP, and you could look at our CIP now, and that was in a certain lens when that was created. That lens is different today, right now. And the priorities might be different from the staff perspective, and I'm not suggesting it's different from the council, but I'd suggest some of your priorities have probably changed in light of what's happened over the last 3 weeks and what that might look like in the successive years. So I guess, so from that standpoint, we would ask that the council consider, and as we did in 2020, we did a continuing resolution, basically, it's what the federal government does, right? They can't buzz a budget, so we just do a continuing resolution. Basically, the appropriations that happen today continue forward, so you can continue to make payroll and things of that nature, and purchases that have already been approved can be pursued. And of course, those items still come to you. But essentially, it provides that 3-month, and that's what I'm suggesting is similar to 2020, that the council consider looking at that from its budget adoption process. It could be less than that, and I wouldn't ask. This is not a lighthearted ask. I've seen where, and the staff's not going to be that. They're dedicated, and they're not going to show you that vulnerability, but they'll show it to me. And so I'm their spokesperson to you today, saying we need to get we need to get a shelter open. We were supposed to have budget tomorrow, and the priority tomorrow, people just say, hey, we got to make sure there's a shelter open, and there's energy that needs to go to that. And there's going to be, and standing one of those up is not going to be easy. So, and then, let's just say that let's say the armory is open. Have you been by the armory lately?
Oh,
It's embarrassing.
yeah.
I'd be fired. You would fire me if a city facility was in that condition. Is that fair? But that's a state facility that is in horrible disrepair. And I don't even know what the inside looks like. So even if we do get the permission tomorrow, I don't know who's got a plan to clean it up, to have it ready to do something, and what that even looks like. I know, I have a general expectation, we're going to be asked to do it, right? I'm imagining I'm probably going to have to ask Donnie's parks folks, we're going to have to pull off all our parks folks and get in there and clean it up. It can't be public works folks. They're out on the river, and they're also doing water, Mike's like, well, we've got to do water service repairs. There's still an expectation of the public that we're not just doing emergency mitigation measures, we're also doing our normal business activities in the water department and streets department. Potholes still need to be filled. So I just being that as their advocate, I think we need to consider, at least from the budgetary side, on the staff side, what that looks like, and that would be my consideration. Doesn't need to be taken action, but we canceled our budget meetings for Wednesday and Friday of this week. Just people are tied up in other activities, and that's just the CIP side. Talking to Maria, same kind of thing. It's just it's all the paperwork that goes into tracking these costs, because that's the other part of this thing, is that we're spending money, and right now it's coming, and we have a document that we need to introduce actually. It's kind of all leading to this, but from a payroll perspective, the departments are carrying these activities in their budgets right now. So all the overtime that fire and police did in Public Works is all coming out of their budgets, which were certainly not planned for. We're going to do our darn best to get reimbursement of these costs through FEMA and through state declarations of emergency. And I think as Brian Cogburn probably expressed to you before, our goal is to get to 100%. Usually 90% recovery is good. You know, and a lot of that's just dependent on how good the paperwork is and the tracking that goes along with that. So beyond all the normal budgetary activities, this other activity is taking up a lot of time and taking people that would be typically part of that process, just not doing it. They're dedicated. Janie Rodriguez just involved in that by itself. So with that, and then Maria interjected. She said, "We're now getting into buying things that are not in the budget." And a case in point of this would be material is gone. We have gone through. Mike, what was your glide path for material? Like. So we've exhausted our inventory unexpectedly, and cost of material. So now everybody wants material. You're reading about the high-speed rail. They've talking to city attorney. Talk about high-speed rail. All their material has all been put up. I mean, it's all gone. You know, it's becoming berms to protect communities now. So what used to be material that Mike reserved material at $3. We've already spent that. We've already trucked all that. So now it's $13 a ton. $13 a ton, right? So we're going to start spending money now. And the good thing is that the council has been very conservative in its reserve policies. You have $3.1 million sitting in an emergency catastrophic fund that you can access, and I would suggest it's an emergency right now and needing to take necessary precautions. And so to utilize the funds out of the emergency catastrophic fund requires a resolution of the city council by a 4/5 vote. All of your reserves follow by that same, and we brought those to you before for special purposes fund or out of the capital improvement reserve fund. It's a 4/5. So we do have Maria prepared that resolution for council's consideration. We do have copies prepared both for the public and for the council on that. What this does is it allows to go to one place. Two things. This is a cost accounting factor. So if you're going to spend money and then you're going to put it back in reimbursement, it's going to be easier to know where it came from one place as opposed to 100. And remember what those amounts were in the chart of accounts that those came from. So from a cost accounting standpoint, and those that have been on their internal audit committee know that this is all subject to federal oversight. These are going to be the highest levels of,
This streamlines our ability to reimburse.
streamlines the ability, where it comes from, where it goes to, and it really helps in the accounting, the necessary paperwork and accounting of that. So,
It creates one channel of funds
right.
instead of several.
Coming as we're going in, and also for public transparency and reporting, you will know all the funds and it will be here's out of this one account all of the activities of expenditures and then where that revenue came from. So it much better from a public transparency standpoint as well as from the cost accounting. We need to distribute that resolution.
It's already been.
I'm sorry. Okay.
We have it.
I was like,
We have it. It was
now.
given to us. It was
Okay.
given to us.
Okay.
So the actions needed tonight are to go ahead and renew the declaration of local emergency. It looks like you have another resolution on too, right?
Well,
Is that different or is that the same one?
So it'd be take action on the continued,
Right, renew the declaration of emergency.
read the declaration of local emergency.
And then approve this resolution.
Okay, I have a question, and I don't know if it would fall under here, but it was in the discussion. I heard that, people have not, the staff have not had time to work with regard to the budgets, and they've been more focused on the one. And I'm looking at legal counsel and at Mr. Lawless, and then I'm going to kind of bring it to council. With that in mind, is it possible to move the budget study session further back? That's what I'm asking, I'm going to ask the council, because you heard the dialogue. I would have no problem with moving it back, 3 months? Or, I don't know that, I don't know, to move.
So,
And to
it's very, very generous. I guess that's really, I mean, that is your session, and what are your priorities? So, so what I would posit with this is that, so that exercise, I guess you would have to contemplate what information you would want, because typically so here's what your goals were for the prior year.
Exactly.
Here's the progress that's been made on them. Are these still your priorities? Are there new priorities? Or are we going to take this, as has been in the past? Well, this has been a priority, but we're going to pause this one because it's not the top priority, or, whatever it might be, or what are new priorities. And this is, and I want to be very sensitive to this, because this is, in my experience, in 15 years, the first time the 3 members of new council, it's a new council, in my assessment. You've got 3 new members of council who've not been part of this process. And so I really defer, that's not so much a staff as much as it is council. So really that question's better asked, are you prepared? And that's what I would say.
And I'm going to bring it back for just a highlight of conversation, because we have made some decisions, especially some of these expenditures to that regard. The budget study session is for us, and it's always been presented with the list of what we have done before. I'm saying, are you ready, or we can move the budget study session a couple of months, if you're comfortable with that, and then bring it back so that we can continue with a lot of what's going on right now with these incidents. How do you feel about it?
Can I say it?
Please.
My perception, and then I think maybe it'll help, maybe. So my perception is that I think up to 3 months would be good and helpful for a few reasons. One is, I don't think we know what's going to happen in the next few months with our weather. And I've worked on both sides with the tribe and down here. So with that just means more agencies that we've worked with. And on the tribe side, I'm a staff. So we are working with the agencies directly. And hearing the comments and things, and then also from our staff feedback, I just feel like from everything that we're hearing, there's still going to be a lot more work. And then when you get into the mitigation and recovery and all that, it's more paperwork and planning and tracking and just things like that to staff that are already exhausted from the event. So I feel like, because we don't know what the weather's going to bring us, or the damage is gonna cause us, that may change what you even feel that you have as priorities. It maybe could change to something else around infrastructure in the city. I don't know, but I definitely feel like the budget session is really helpful, because it gives an overview of what's been done and then some potential projects. I would personally like to see the staff in a good place, rested and ready to focus on budget, not having to jump from things that are going to, cause destruction in the city potentially, and us having to worry about big emergency things and then go to a budget. And so I think the 3-month timeline gives us all time. And if we can do, discussions in between, maybe that would be good. But I feel like giving ourselves that space, all of us, that might be smarter.
I hadn't thought of something, but something Mike told me. So the critical period that everyone's watching is April, May? Yeah, so, but again, the priority session is more, that's a council exercise, that's not a staff. What I'm saying is that the staff side of this equation and the preparation of the CA capital improvement program, and there's some other logistical pieces that go along with that. It's not going to be the best product, because they're trying to do two things at one time. And I mean, to be candid, and I hate this, it's going to be protecting the community that's going to take the priority. And it struggles, it hurts to say that, but that's the truth. Because there's great pride in the budgetary process. I mean, those are the amenities to the community. So, again, it's really the council's discretion, because this is your exercise. And if it, yeah, I'm not thinking of the weather element of it, but if we get through, what would you say, mid-May? I mean, if you looked at end of May, you know, or that might.
I've got an idea. Just a thought. Maybe you don't decide right now, since it's kind of hard to tell. It's sort of a fluid situation. So I would say, yeah, I know, no pun intended, in more ways than one. But what I would think, maybe what you can do is, why don't you do it like every 30-day check-in? I mean, so 30 days from now, you can kind of reevaluate when might be a good time to do the priority. I don't know that you need to make a decision. It's hard to make a decision right now, because you don't know what the picture's going to look like, especially within the next 30 days. So that would be my suggestion, rather than trying to pick a date and say, this is when we're going to do it, or we're going to put it out this many months. Maybe you won't need to put it out that long. Maybe you will, right? But you don't really know that now. And so that would be my suggestion. You don't necessarily need to worry so much about a fixed date for it now, would be my suggestion. But just maybe put it on for a status report, you know, in a couple meetings, and then you can keep looking at it.
So we can put it on a status report and review it, so that meeting for next week is canceled.
Right. Well, only if you decide yes, but that would be the,
This is the
probably makes
question
sense.
I'm asking council members now.
And I want to be clear, I'm not asking for that.
No.
That's again, this is the council's
That was a
exercise, and one that I think is very
That's why I
important.
brought it to the table.
Right, I think the city manager's original thought was you could go ahead and keep that, but the staff would delay its portion while it's dealing with what it's dealing with right now, the flooding.
How do you feel about that, council?
It'd only be right to give them the proper time and
Okay.
place, just like.
Exactly.
That's leading. I agree.
Okay, Councilmember Wyrock?
I think the staff's input is important, and I'm okay with waiting 30 days.
Okay,
Check it
so we will reevaluate it and then bring it back to council. So as of
Yeah.
now, we won't be meeting next Tuesday.
Maybe kind of tentatively look like May 9th. You have May 9th, May 23rd, somewhere in that time frame. You know, yeah, or the second and fourth Tuesdays.
Decide, okay, that's good. So now we will bring it back, and we've had that discussion under this, and do we have, you know what, at this point in time, I'm going to make the motion that we continue the declaration of local emergency, and that we authorize resolution number 11, 2023, on the, whatever's on here?
It's the new.
Oh, this one?
So, yeah, so it's confusing. I know that the staff report
This
references a
one.
prior resolution. That's
Okay.
Yeah, that's the
All right, the prior, all right, so, and that we authorize
new resolution
the
with
new
regard-
resolution. I've made a motion here,
I'll second.
and we have a second. No further discussion, let's call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you, council.
Oh, my gosh, now we'll go into the AB 1234 reports, and we're not done yet.
About 8:30, right?
Oh, my gosh. The TCEDC was canceled. The next one is the Tulare County Regional Transit Authority of March 22nd. Councilmember Wyrock.
So on March 22nd, it was held at 6 PM at the agency headquarters on Church Street. I attended. There's a good board of directors, great staff, prepared packet. We, at the Pledge of Allegiance, public comment was just myself because I was a member of the public. I did not make the meeting in person, and I wasn't selected to be an online contributor. However, during the comment period, I did share that I did review the agenda. It was a good agenda, and the Board of Directors has been exercising very prudent decision-making, and I look forward to just participating as a member of the public, which I was invited to comment on different action items, the formation of the Executive Committee, which we heard about earlier, and the formation of the Ad Hoc Committee for Executive Director. There was a closed session I was not privileged to take part in as a member of the public. However, I did get briefed on those items, and it just talked about the consideration of appointment of an employee for the position of Executive Director, an employee that's currently serving in another role. It was a short little meeting. All the items were voted unanimous by the board, the formation of the Executive Committee, the reorganization of the Technical Advisory Committee was voted unanimously, and that was just a discussion of local transit needs, service planning, and projects. The staff is recommending reorganization of that committee to be comprised of a representative from each member agency and a representative of the Tulare County Association of Governments, to involve the Board of Directors on government affairs, human resources, budgeting, fiscal policy. The agency's really doing a good job in stewardship. They're trying their best. The lack of funding, which we heard about today, is a real thing. But if that wasn't a problem, if they had funding, this agency would not be crawling, it would not be walking, but it's really positioned to run a marathon. So that's my report for that meeting.
Thank you. The next one is Tulare County Association of Government Board Retreat, which was canceled. The next one is the Joint City School Committee. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'll start this off. So on Monday, March 27th, we met at the Centennial Plaza Conference Room, and it was the city, along with City Manager, Mr. Lawless, who's over there yawning, gonna make me yawn. I just started, too. Councilmember Meister, myself, and then we had representatives from Alta Vista Elementary School District, Burton School District, Porterville Unified School District, Porterville College, and then the city. So we had started at 5:30. I think we stayed until about 8:30, possibly. But we had a really good discussion, and our topics included just kind of introducing ourselves. We shared construction projects that were going on in the various areas, or just things that we were looking at working on. The active transportation program, talking about ATP and safe routes to school. We discussed some of the LED crosswalks, and then the Hawk system and the different areas that we had those projects. One of our extensive conversations was the school safety plans, and that kind of was an extensive conversation because we also had retired Chief Crodel there, so he provided some expertise, but all the schools shared their various plans, that they had put into place. And then I mentioned that the mayor actually was invited to one of the stakeholder meetings at one of the schools, and couldn't make it that evening, so asked if I could attend. And so this was previous months ago, but I did attend, and they kind of rolled out the binder that they created, and then just kind of showed the setup of the classroom and then what happens in the various levels. And Meister might remember a little more, but like there was like a yellow, a green, and red code of issues that they do the plans according to what status that we're in. There was also discussion around the homeless student services and what's provided. There was discussion on the flood response and recovery and what each of the school districts are dealing with. And then we just kind of discussed other matters, and we did not get to set our meeting, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Meister because you might have some additional notes.
Well, thank you, and I got to thank you because I'm somewhat like a bull in a china shop, and so I ask a lot of questions, and you were able to keep us on a good path. So I appreciate you there in that meeting. Some of the things she's talking about, like the code red, code yellow, the difference between the lockdown and a lockout, increasing staff, sending emails to parents. It sounds like a really good plan in a live shooting drill. Something I learned, and I would love to incorporate Councilmember Wyrock and maybe some of his skills, and maybe one day meeting with some of the board of trustees and maybe going over some live shooter scenarios and what you could bring to the table. Something that I brought to the table that I would like to see, and Porterville College was was the most they accepted it, and that's trying to designate certain sections of roads in our community to picking up trash through the students, maybe coming together as partners with the city and the school districts. And I think that'd be beneficial for both parties, because we have to change the culture that is being set in our nation, right? And Porterville's still savable. I don't think that we've gone down the path as other communities, and so we want to incorporate with our youth how to lead, right, and to love for city. And one of those things is picking up trash. So if we could come together, you know, I mentioned the city could provide cleaning material and move trash. If the schools could provide staff and permission slips, there's a way to come together for the better of the community. And another thing that I very advocate about is increasing resource officers in our community. You know, there was another tragic shooting in Tennessee, and we're seeing this increase. It's so sad, you know, and it keeps happening. And they're predators, and they go after the innocent, and so we have to defend them the best way that we can. You know, I brought the idea of maybe teachers. We get to the point where teachers go through training like police officers. That was kind of shut down pretty hard, but there's still the idea of trying to create more resource officers and change the culture in our community. Get the police in with, if there was more resource officers in the schools and maybe in the elementary level, and going and visiting and being with these kids and changing that culture in certain areas as well, because there's hatred for police in certain areas, right? And so we gotta work harder at changing that culture, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is a City Tribe MOU meeting, and that meeting was on March 28th. We met virtually, and it was an invitation on behalf of Chairman Neil Perrone to meet with the City of Porterville. The Honorable Chairman, Raylene Clara, Matt Mangrone, Consultant Rob Donalds, their legal representative Carrie Patterson were present on their behalf. On our behalf of the city were Mr. John Lawless, Mr. Michael Knight, Mr. Javier Sanchez, Fire Chief Brian Cogburn, Police Chief Jay Costello, Captain Dominic Barteau, Legal Representative Julia Liu, Council Member Meister, and myself. There were brief discussions that were brought forth to the table with an emphasis on work that needs to happen on or by opening day. Road improvements and water were the discussions. Water update status of items was provided by Mr. Donalds, including timelines, working with Mr. Michael Knight. Road improvement status on the west, grinding and overlay. There was an anticipation of April the 4th, paving April the 6th, and April the 7th, with the possibility and anticipated completion of April the 14th or the 15th. Probable soft opening dates were noted, not specific. Mr. Michael Knight will continue to provide guidance assistance where deemed necessary. A draft water agreement will be reviewed by Mr. Knight for comment, then it will be sent to the Tule River Tribe and legal counsel for their review. This will be brought back to the city council at a future meeting. I want to make clear that this meeting was informational only. There were only updates and discussions. There were no actions that were taken. Future items for discussion pertaining to MOU, fire services, safety services, payments, etc. Any information that would require to be taken action will be taken to each respective council, to the tribe and to city council. There was not a future meeting scheduled until the water draft agreement has been reviewed by the Tule River Tribal Council and City Council. Both legal councils will coordinate the next meeting, and that concludes the report. In a nutshell, right there. Okay. The Internal Audit Committee. We met March 29th. In-person attendance were members Mr. John Lawless, Maria Bemis, Julia Liu, Rob Taylor, and I. Absent was Vice Mayor Carrillo. Scheduled matters, the minutes of February 22 were unanimously approved. The next item was the City Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the fiscal year, which ended June 30th, 2022. Mr. Jeff Peaks of Clifton Larson Allen walked the committee through the independent audit report summary. He explained what was standard language, opinions, and the basis for opinions. Little discussion, not discussion, but guidance of lesser lessee assets, audit responsibilities, reporting required by government, auditing standards, a discussion of revenue account, accounts receivable and unearned revenues. The comprehensive financial report will be brought to the full council on May the 2nd at the council meeting. For our next meeting would be Kiwanis, the fair, letter to the fair, and I believe PSW. Those were carryovers from the last time that will be carried over to this meeting. We adjourned the meeting. The next meeting is scheduled for April the 26th. That concludes my report. We will now go to the Tulare County Regional Transit Authority. Councilmember Wyrock, March 29th.
Thank you. The day before March 28th, the TCRTA held a sustainability ad hoc committee meeting, and I have a few pages of notes. I won't go through them. We heard a lot about it tonight. I just want to reiterate, they are looking at these different funding sources, these grant funding sources. They're going to try to identify the ones that they can get submitted as quick as possible and get the approval. It may not be the biggest Fed funding source, but they're actively looking at ways to bring in revenue streams and a lot of other things as we heard about tonight. On the 29th, I did attend Director Riddle from, I believe Director Riddle's from Exeter. She attended remotely and she was able to vote. There were no public comments. The reports were given. One of the reports was the resignation of our honorable director, executive director. Next was a safety committee report. The safety committee met in February. They met with the contractor. They were at a transit center. They were talking about the route hazards, and they spoke with the operators and the contractors about some concerns that they have. Their next meeting for the safety committee is on April 26th. I did ask for the safety committee to continue to consider reviewing lessons learned over the history of the agency, such as if a driver experiences something on the bus and it causes, I don't know, an unplanned event, that they communicate that broadly so they make sure that they check different systems and make sure everything's in place so they don't have a repeat type of incident. We spent some time with a presentation of on-demand services, Rob Ryan with VIA Service Plan. He provided an overview and kind of the next steps, and we heard tonight that Visalia Transit is looking to help grow their on-demand service with microtransit. We talked about transportation equity and using VIA to open access for more transportation to the less fortunate. The service design by the organization, their service plan, Includes Porterville, of course, along with a partnership, maybe a collaboration with Exeter and Farmersville together, and Dinuba. We talked about vehicle purchasing, these smaller, nimble vehicles, Visalia, 15 to 19 vehicles, Dinuba 2. We already have 4 to 6. We probably won't add any additional vehicles in Porterville. I did mention, and we've talked here a lot about empty big buses and maybe spending some money and allocating funds to purchase smaller vehicles that get around quicker. That does come with additional costs with staff and the drivers and the benefits and all that comes with that. But, you know, being able to utilize a van and pulling, you know, those fees versus an empty bus, you know, might generate more revenue to the organization. They're looking into, let's see what else. There's 5 steps of their implementation program, VIA, that is. They've got the integrated software. They're doing some testing. It's an on-demand paratransit type of thing right now where you can get through different buses and work through the system on a bus or the paratransit through their online app. We talked about the population in Tulare County being, I want to say, I have a note here of greater than 50% of the population of Tulare County fall below that measurement of low income. And on-demand can really help them become, you know, introduce them to more opportunities throughout the communities. They're going to finalize the contracting and sign it off, and then VIA will be up and running. There is some discussion on Dinuba entertaining some information about getting students to Reedley College and to El Monte, and the seniors will need it too. So how can Tulare County RTA expand their services and not necessarily take over a whole school district's bus services? I'm talking a little bit about how to do that. We did talk about Form 700, which comes up next week, I think.
It was due today.
Due today.
Yesterday.
Can somebody slap my hand? Yeah, I did say that. Great logo presentation. They have a new logo coming out. It's sharp, it's crisp. Lessons learned during the emergency response. The agencies really stepped up. They were able to reach people that needed to get out of town, so to speak, and get to someplace more safe. They're working on some lessons learned to be able to provide those types of things even more quickly. Redefine some policies for earthquakes, fires, floods. They actually helped a family of 7 from Porterville get to a hotel in Visalia. Quick little transit update. Lindsay, Exeter, Farmersville Transit, they're trying to build their hubs that we heard about tonight. The interconnectivity of all of these different agencies and these communities to get people around is just a real goal of this agency. We heard a director's report, very well presented, responding to the community needs. There's a $750,000, I want to say it's a $750,000 change to an infrastructure grant. And then we heard about the different federal agencies that couldn't talk to each other, so we're trying to get that resolved. We heard about that. And there's a spring conference coming up, and I may or may not be attending that. We'll keep you posted on that. And the transition plan, they're trying really hard to fill positions. They've got extra help coming. Staff's working out of class, if you will. They're doing more than they've been asked to do, as we know Rich has been doing, and they're really giving it all that they have for that, much like our city staff is right now. An agenda item that I asked to be put on the agenda is just a monthly status report every time we meet on the sustainability funding through September. We've got funds to go through September, but I want to see monthly, and I believe it will come, on what monies we brought in, what grant funding arrived, what didn't, what's pending, you know, and what log jams there may be that we can maybe lean in and try to help open up so we can get those funding sources released. And that's my report on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. Thank you for being on that committee.
There's another meeting date, and you know what? My closing comment, I'm going to grab something real quick. There's not a lot of community members that join this or other agencies that come online, but I do see representatives of the city of Porterville, and I appreciate it. Seeing our council members on there, our city manager, staff, it's just great. And when, I'll say my other comment about inviting the public, but really, we'd like to invite the public to be there. They can join in online. We still have that available. And the more people talk, the better we can all become, right? Thank you.
The next one is the Hispanic Chamber Foundation Women's History Month event. That happened on March the 30th. It was an honor to be recognized as one of the trailblazers, along with Virginia Garola, Teresa de la Rosa, Obdulia Alvarado, and Olivia Allison. I was deeply humbled by the support of city staff, city manager, Mr. Lawless, and Mr. Reidenauer, who were in attendance. Mr. Lawless, I specifically want to say thank you for reaching out to all your departments and extending the invitation to include everyone. It was an honor to stand amongst phenomenal women who work for the city of Porterville. They are the leaders in their respective departments. And just for a brief moment, I believe Fernando was in charge here at the city. I hold the city manager in high regard in believing in their achievements for all the women and staff that work for the city of Porterville. I have seen him in my tenure on the city council, how much he has supported them to attain their goals. I've watched it. And on a side note, I will always encourage women to run for office, to be studied, whether it's for a school board, city council, hospital board. I encourage them to set their goals and to seek the education, the experience, and seek the value in mentors and people who are willing to help them, and to stay the course even through obstacles, and to give back to your community by supporting the growth of others. Once again, the city of Porterville has phenomenal women, and it is my honor to stand with them. And I also want to say how fortunate they are that have men who support women. And that's on a daily basis. That concludes what I have to say about that. It was a little embarrassing. I was embarrassed because I thought, no, nobody's gonna go, that kind of thing, but thank you. The next one is the TCAG, TCRTA Transit Coordination Meeting. I'm gonna say that we had that discussion already, and it was during the agenda item. So now I'm gonna move on to oral communications. Are there any oral communications in-house? No? Do we have any online?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go into other matters very quickly, and I'm gonna start with Councilmember Beltran.
Yes, it's getting late. I'll make it brief. Just want to, again, recognize past council member Felipe Martinez for coming up and publicly thanking city staff and different departments for all the effort. We hear a lot of complaints throughout the last few years or whatever, and it's great to hear feedback. I mean, obviously he was a past council member, just to hear back how involved he is, but just recognizing as a member of the public of the city's efforts. And also to Tanya and Amy, I've known them personally for many years, and they exemplify a lot of what Porterville is and how connected they are to the community, and how much they go above and beyond just their duties of their regular jobs and are involved in the community. And it was stated in their statements of just how awesome they are as representatives of our city. Great presentation again by Claudia on the homeless. Being on the LINK committee, it's frustrating sometimes to see how there's so many aspects to homelessness and trying to find the right answers. But I continue to weekly discuss with community members the efforts the city undertakes, and with the minimal funding we are given, we do make the most out of what we have. And I credit her and the rest of staff, Jason, and other members that just go above and beyond trying to reach out to developers, trying to acquire properties, grants, funds. I mean, it's a large machine behind the funding and issues. But again, just that was a great report of what is going on daily, weekly, monthly, and as we saw yearly on the city's behalf. Seeing what other cities are doing in our county, we are above and beyond what even Visalia is doing. So that's another feather in our cap that maybe many in the community aren't aware of. Let's see here. Back a little bit on the TCRTA issue. I'm glad that we're going to give some more time to visit this and the investment we already have as a community. We don't take these decisions lightly, and there's a lot of discussion as we get these reports and feedback during all of these meetings. And so I know the public may not see all the work behind the scenes, but we do work diligently to see all the aspects, the visions, the purpose, but also being good stewards financially, but also just the bigger benefits and the growing pains as that's been discussed. So just look forward to seeing how we work as a council with our other partners in our region, the other cities and those communities. I hope to continue that work and for the success of our community and our residents. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock?
Sure, thank you. I too will be brief. The service awards, it's always a profound thing to be able to recognize the loyalty that people have to our city and choosing their career to work their career with Porterville. It's just really great to recognize them, and I do appreciate the opportunity to provide that recognition. Thank you, Mayor, for inviting me to present that today. The Internal Audit Committee, I did not know if other members of the public attended, but like other agencies and that are, I think we noticed these committees that we're all on, and I just want to invite the members of the public, business owners, residents, to even attend the Internal Audit Committee. I did hear some feedback from a business owner, who's on it, who does what, and I said, why don't you attend and find out? I don't want to misspeak, and so I'm extending that invitation here a second time tonight to any of our agencies and the different committees. Next, I'd like to just recognize the Public Safety Department. There was I think it was a post on Facebook about their focus this month on distracted driving. I'm driving more miles than I have in the last year, just recently, and I see a lot of people driving distracted, and I'm glad that I pay attention because I see the cars in front of me drifting, and so when I go to pass them, I can move over because they might just drift again into my lane, and I'm not going to get sideswiped at 65 miles an hour. Secondly, distracted driving in construction zones, it's just wrong. If you're choosing a behavior that if the speed limit's down to 55 miles an hour and you're blasting through at 70 or 75, that's just wrong, and you're taking those workers' lives like it doesn't matter. And yet it could be, you should see those workers as your cousins or your kids. So let's not drive distracted. I'm committed to put my phone down. Even though I have the maps thing, I make sure that my phone with that map app is talking to me through my speaker before I put it in drive. Please drive safely out there. You don't need to get a ticket from Porterville PD because that's a focus. We don't need kids hit because your car jumps a curb because you're answering a text message. I wish somebody's cell phone would ding right now so that we would all watch that body reaction like Pavlov's dog. And last, I'd like to thank all the friends and especially the family of the people that support all of our team members that have worked so hard. They come home, they're tired, they probably get some laundry washed, or they have to wash their own, whatever, but there's food. There's a lot of people behind the people that have committed their time to our city, the family, the friends that support our team members. I just really appreciate it. I appreciate my wife, and I hope you all appreciate your families that got your back. Thank you.
Councilmember Meister?
Being that it's almost 10 o'clock and we still got closed session to do here, I know this has been very highly stressful this last month, and great job to all of you and staff below you You've gone above and beyond in this flood fight to protect our community. So I thank you for that. And then to local police, man, last council meeting, I lost sleep. I went home and I thought, I didn't thank the police. You guys did a big sting operation 2 weeks ago. 7 different busts, from my understanding, and to protect our community. And you continue to push forward to protect our community in other ways that we are all seeing, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I'll try to keep it short as well so we can get to our next session. I just want to congratulate and acknowledge the employees that we were able to recognize tonight. Both great ladies, so it's an honor to acknowledge their 10 and 15 years of service. Thank the group that brought in the blue ribbons for us, just as a reminder of National Child Abuse Prevention Month as well. And the homeless efforts, that presentation was excellent. I thought it gave a really good summary, and Councilmember Beltran, you brought up, that it talks about all the different things that you have to do, because homelessness is not an easy thing to, you can't solve it. You can just find ways to try to make things better and get through the challenges, and I feel like the city's trying to make every avenue that we can towards that. The last thing I'm just going to say is, from the day of the flood on, it's been a really crazy experience. Some days I don't even believe it's happening, the way that things are changing so rapidly. And I do think that I need to also acknowledge the community member that came in before our closed session, Felipe Martinez, and really just came here to acknowledge the departments, public safety, and fire, police, and public works, and all of our staff he mentioned, and the city manager. But he just said words that I agreed with, that he felt safe during all of that, that you all maintain duties and service to the community while still doing your normal jobs and still doing work on the incident. So I feel the same. I've observed that. I think in some of our meetings, you all look very exhausted and tired, but you continued the work. Some things that I know that seeing that as a staff member and then as elected is both, it's exhausting too, but it's also, we get to see that work in action and really appreciate all the people. And I'm glad you said the families, because we don't always say that. And that's a huge part of people being here and being able to commit and work. And your family's just as involved as you are. Some things that I know that we're watching and talking about throughout the whole valley, even with other tribes too, is the river and the water is not the same water. It's not the same waterways. And it is, there's some interesting things, that our tribes in the area are talking about, that it's all going back to the same lake, because those are the ways that it was always been like that. So I think it's interesting to be able to see that physically happening. There's actually stories and songs and history around all that. There's actually landmarks around all that. So it's pretty interesting and about that. But one of the things I'll just leave with is our EPA director does water testing, and she's a tribal member, and she's worked there, I don't know, maybe 15 or more years on the reservation, but she does water testing and water measurements and things like that throughout the year. And one of the things everyone kept asking her was about the water testing, but also the measurements. How deep is it? How fast is it flowing? All these things that we've learned over the past few weeks. So now we all want to know answers to those questions. And she said, you know what? I just need to tell you all, including the council and the staff, this river is not the same river that I measured. I can't measure things the way I've measured them in the past. So just hearing them talk, I listen. I listen when staff and people that work in the fields talk. I try to listen because I want to learn. So I just feel, in a way, it's overwhelming, but I feel blessed and grateful to be working and serving amongst you all and the people that I work with on the reservation because of their expertise and their commitment and just, taking care of all the communities. So I do feel, though, I will leave with that I just feel blessed to be a part of it and hear and learn as we're going through it.
Thank you. Julia, you are a phenomenal legal counsel, and know that you are appreciated, okay? And I have seen everybody at work, from police department, fire department, Mr. Knight driving all over the place and all these big vehicles. But I'm going to come back and I'm going to just go back to March 22nd, the Exchange Club Public Safety Recognition Dinner. It was well attended. However, I wanted to say congratulations to all the recipients. I especially want to congratulate Captain Jake Rayburn, who was chosen as the Porterville Firefighter of the Year, and to Detective Stark, who was chosen as the Porterville Police Officer of the Year. Since Porterville was operating the EOC 24/7, they were not in attendance, the city, fire department, or police department. And they were working and on call, and as one shift was coming on, the others were immediately going on. I want to thank my Exchange Club colleagues for packing dinners to be delivered to the EOC that evening. It was an honor for me to say, just load them up in my vehicle and I'll leave right now. And to drop them off, I want to thank Chief Costello and Captain Bartow for unloading, and know that it was important to keep you guys fed. No, it was a decision we had made beforehand that we didn't know if you were going to be in attendance or not. And I said that I would be more than happy to deliver, and it was pretty good food. But anyway, and then I just want to say, I could go on for another things, but I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lawless.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'll just be real quick. Last week was kind of a neat week because I got to, on back-to-back days, watch Mayor Flores and former Mayor Garola present first at Porterville College to students there and speaking about leadership in government and advocacy for women in leadership and political office, and what a neat experience that was, and then followed by the next day, both of you being recognized as well. So real great week, and two people that have had a huge influence in my life, and want to thank you for that. Also had a chance over the, April 1st was a big day for Milt Stowe. That was the day he had a heart transplant. So I got to correspond with him, and he said, I'm 24 years old today. I have a 24-year-old heart in me. So,
oh, that's right. That's
yeah,
right.
so we had a great moment together, and another person who had a huge influence in my life. I want to thank the police department. Porterville Breakfast Rotary had their special needs prom on Saturday night up at Granite Hills High School, and the kids just, those are their heroes. And so Cal Fire, County Fire, City Fire, Porterville PD were up there. Officer Scott and Kendall were there, and of course that was a big hit. So just want to say thanks to them, and thanks to their participation on that, and just a continued thanks to the staff that are just working tirelessly in protection of the community, and they're a real inspiration. Makes coming to work easy every day. And I wish a very happy Easter to everyone this weekend.
Thank you very much. All right, it is 9:59, and we are going back in closed session.